Chapter 781. The beast had wanted to spare Suyu's life, but since it was seeking its own death, it couldn't blame Suyu. All right. Suyu's expression was calm as he nodded. No matter how big of a disaster it was not as big as being hunted down by 6 all creations old monsters. The inspection of the pillars was soon completed, and the guide elder presented the inspection results to Palace Mistress Kong-chan. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, all the examinees' results were summarized. Palace Mistress Kong-chan's old face revealed a faint smile as she scanned the list of examinees. I didn't expect that the various families would have more examinees than before, even though they suffered heavy losses due to the beast tide. A rough count showed that around 40 people had passed the test. In the past, there were less than 20 people. This is especially true for the Situ clan. More than half of them are here. Palace Mistress Kong-chan could not help but glance at the Situ clan. She nodded with a smile. This action was seen by many families, and they were all envious and solemn. This meant that Palace Mistress Kong-chan was very satisfied with the Situ family's performance. I will announce the ranking of the points. Only the top 5 will be announced. Palace Mistress Kong-chan said, "The 5th place goes to Shanchilin, who killed 20 level 3 fairy realm demonic beasts. He got 800 points. The 4th place is Chinyu. He killed 23 level 3 fairies and got 920 points. The 3rd place is Zhang Fan. He killed 20 level 4 fairies and got 2,000 points." Zhang Fan nodded slightly. 3rd place was within the acceptable range. The 2nd place is Shaoli. She killed 20 level 5 fairies. She got 10,000 points. The crowd burst into an uproar. The only level 5 fairy would have to kill 20 demonic beasts of the same level. Xiao Li frowned slightly. Only 2nd place? The ranking was out of his expectations. His eyes involuntarily turned to look at Suyu. Could it be him? 1st place, Suyu Xian, 9 grade, 3 demonic beasts, 15 grade for demonic beasts, and 5 grade, 5 demonic beasts. Total points, 30-10. The strange ranking stunned everyone present. 3,000 points were ranked before 10,000 points. What was going on? Even Lady Situ was stunned and confused. Is there a problem? If not, you can proceed to the next test, Palace Mistress Kong-chan said expressionlessly. Gritting her teeth, Shaoli braced herself and asked, "May I ask, Palace Master, why are those with lower points than me ranked above me? Are there other rules to the ranking? Could it be that the demonic beasts he hunted had a hidden requirement to preserve their corpses intact?" Palace Mistress Kong-chan shook her head and said, "No, they are only ranked by points." Then why? Xiao Li was unwilling to accept this. Such a ranking was really baffling. Palace Mistress Kong-chan replied calmly, "It's because Su Yuxian didn't just kill the demonic beasts mentioned above. He also killed another demonic beast that was outside of the region, a level 6 fairy realm demonic beast." What? Even Lady Situ was shocked. A level 6 fairy demonic beast? Swish, swish, swish. Many pairs of horrified eyes looked at Suyu. The fact that he was able to fight Xiao Lingjian to a draw had already made them think highly of him. But now, it seemed like they had completely underestimated this monstrous genius. As such, even Xiao Li couldn't kill a level 6 fairy by herself. Xiao Li was shocked, and fear appeared in her gaze as she looked at Suyu. However, she had been told by Xiao Yueming that she had to obtain 1st place in the 2 trials no matter what, as this matter was extremely important. Palace Mistress Kong-chan, level 6 fairy realm demonic beasts are outside of the region, so there aren't any points. So, even if he killed one, it can be considered as a wasted kill. Such a ranking isn't appropriate. Shaoli braced herself and spoke. The crowd couldn't help but smack their lips inwardly. The Xiao family's members were willing to risk their lives for the 1st place, and they even dared to question Palace Mistress Kong-chan. Palace Mistress Kong-chan looked at her calmly. She didn't use her imposing aura to intimidate her, as she spoke in a reasonable manner. The fairy confining forest trial's objective is to test one's fighting prowess. Since he had the power to kill a level 6 fairy realm demonic beast, he was naturally ranked first. If you also have such power, then you can also be ranked first. Do you still have any more questions? Xiao Li's face became flushed, and she raised her head and glared at Su Yu fiercely. If you don't have any more questions, then let's proceed to the next trial, the carp leaping over the dragon gate. Elderly announced the rules. Elderly wore a respectful look as he spoke in a loud voice. Sirs, please leave the stone pillars. Walala. Everyone left and looked at the trial from a distance. At that moment, a crack appeared on the plaza in the middle of the 9 stone pillars, and a wave of water vapor surged out of it. Many disciples who were engulfed by the water vapor felt as if their heads were about to split open, and they found it difficult to breathe. Su Yu's pupils contracted slightly, and when the water vapor fell on his body, he discovered that it was extremely heavy. Even though it wasn't even a single drop of water vapor, it still weighed half a pound. Moreover, the heaviness didn't just come from his body, but also from his soul. This water vapor was also quite oppressive to his soul. Rumble. The plaza in the middle of the plaza was split open, revealing a giant pit that resembled a giant well. At the bottom of the giant well was a pool of clear water. Although the well's walls were trembling intensely, the well's water didn't move in the slightest. It seemed like it wasn't water, but an incomparably heavy boulder. It's about to start. The gazes of many family masters became grave, as they were all quite familiar with this. While many of the juniors were curious about it, the well's water suddenly decreased until there wasn't even a single drop left. It seemed like it had been sucked away by something. Then, to their surprise, the top of the 9 stone pillars began to spray out well water, covering the entire stone pillar. At the same time, layers of stairs gradually appeared on the stone pillars, winding from the bottom all the way to the top. There were a total of 99 steps. It turned out that the 9 stone pillars had sucked the well's water into them, then sprayed it out from the top. According to the rules of the carp leaping over Dragon Gate, walk up the stairs from the bottom of the 9 stone pillars. No vital energy is allowed, and no flying is allowed. Violators will be disqualified from the assessment. Those who successfully cross 10 steps are considered qualified. After that, every additional step you cross will earn you 1,000 points. Now the assessment begins. Hearing this, many of the genius juniors became very serious. The second segment of the double aptitude assessment, the carp leaping over Dragon Gate, was even scarier than the first segment. The casualty rate of the second segment was more than double that of the first. They had to walk up the stairs against the spray of water. If they were even slightly careless, they could be washed down the stairs by the water and fall to their deaths on the spot. It seemed like a joke, but it wasn't. The well's water was extremely heavy, and when it hit one's body, it was like a boulder. Once washed down, there was almost no room for resistance, and one would be smashed to the bottom of the well, never to climb out again. Its cruelty far surpassed that of the immortal confining forest. Many people who passed the first segment were hesitant, not daring to step forward. Whoosh! There were those who were hesitant, and there were those who were bold and confident. A white-clothed girl tapped her toes and landed at the bottom of the stone pillar like a butterfly, stepping onto the first step. The girl's skin was fair, and she was the 5th-ranked Shanqilin. As soon as she stepped onto the first step, the fountain above the stone pillar suddenly rose. Like a torrential downpour, it fell down. The white-clothed girl's body was instantly soaked. The rock-like raindrops hit her body, causing her to groan in pain. Moreover, the rainwater soaked her clothes, making her feel incomparably heavy, as if she was carrying a 10,000-kilogram boulder on her back. Her confident face revealed a look of horror. She looked up and saw that the higher she went, the denser the water became. Looking down, she saw that it was the bottom of the endless well. Once she was washed down, she would die a horrible death. I give up. The white-clothed girl clenched her teeth and retracted her right foot that was about to step onto the second step. After weighing the pros and cons, she chose to give up. She resentfully fell back to the ground. The white-clothed girl muttered to herself, "Such a harsh assessment. Aren't we outer disciples people?" It was said that disciples who passed the inner court exam practically didn't have to go through any tests and could directly enter the outer court. In comparison, they had to experience the threat of death. The first person to try had chosen to give up, and it was a woman who had scored higher in the first test. For those who were eager to try, it was undoubtedly a rude awakening. The morale of the people around them plummeted. "I'll give it a try." Yuan Ying glanced at Situ, Yen, and volunteered. In the second round of assessment, no one could protect him. He could only rely on himself. When Situ Yen sensed Yuan Ying's provocative gaze, she puffed out her chest and said, "I'll go too." Lady Situ clenched her fists and her eyes flickered, but she did not stop him. He could only rely on himself for the second test. However, at this moment, Palace Mistress Kong-chan was startled, and her ears twitched slightly. "The two of you don't need to undergo the second test. An outer sect elder wants to see you. Congratulations. Elderly, bring them to the External Affairs Hall," Palace Mistress Kong-chan said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present froze, and it was difficult to conceal the jealousy on their faces. They had risked their lives to accept the test of death, but the two girls were directly chosen by the outer sect elders and were exempted from the test? Unfair. But so what? This was the Red Blood Palace. It's within our expectations that Situ Yen was chosen by the elders. She's a rare formation master, and she has an extraordinary status in the Red Blood Palace, someone said. But what's the origin of that girl called Yuan Ying? Why was she chosen by the elders? Many people had similar questions. I think that she must have displayed some kind of powerful talent. Many elders were secretly paying attention to the first test, and if someone displayed outstanding talent in some aspects, they would be chosen by them, and they would make an exception to join them. "It's probably the case for this girl," someone said. It seemed like Yuan Ying's soul talent, which she displayed when she killed demonic beasts using a secret soul technique, had tempted some old monsters. The two girls were dumbfounded. They were both overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, as happiness had come to them quickly. "Brother Su, I passed the test." Yuan Ying wept tears of joy as she looked at Su Yu. Her heart was filled with gratitude. In the past, she had never imagined that she would have such a day. At that time, the world in front of her was just the small Yuan family, and the life she pursued was just to get the Yuan family's approval. She had never imagined that she would one day become a disciple of a colossal faction like the Red Blood Palace. All of this had changed because of Su Yu. "Lassie, go ahead and cultivate properly after you enter the test. We will meet again soon." Su Yu stroked her head, while affection appeared in his eyes. Situ Yen pouted and said, "Brother Su, goodbye. I will surely come to look for you." Su Yu chuckled, then bid farewell to the two girls. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief, as he didn't have to worry about them anymore. Chapter 782. When Xiaoli saw this, she flew to the bottom of another pillar, as if she wanted to compete with Su Yu. Su Yu didn't pay any attention to her, as he just looked at the steep flight of stairs. When he stepped on it, the fountain erupted and the boundless water splashed on his face. It was as if many boulders were smashing on his face. Su Yu felt an intense pain all over. His clothes were drenched by the rainwater, and all of its weight was placed on his body. In the twinkling of an eye, he felt like he was bearing a boulder that weighed 10,000 kilograms. Su Yu tried to raise his foot, but even with his powerful body, he still found it somewhat heavy. It was no wonder that Shan Qilin had quit without the slightest hesitation. Such a trial was really difficult, and it was wise of her to give up so decisively. Look, Xiao Li has already taken 3 steps. as expected of a level 5 fairy realm genius. The crowd cried out in alarm. Xiao Li cast a provocative look at Su Yu, who was still on the first step. Su Yu was completely focused on the stairs, so he didn't pay any attention to the outside world. Finally, he started moving, and he stepped on the second step at a steady pace. The second step's fountain was even denser, and it made his body's weight even heavier. The slower he moved, the more disadvantageous it was for him. On the contrary, Xiao Li would have an advantage if she advanced quickly in a short time. Su Yu continued advancing, slowly and methodically. The third step, the fourth step, the fifth step. When he reached the sixth step, the crowd cried out in alarm. Xiao Li's body gracefully jumped onto the stairs. She had passed the trial. Xiao Li gasped for breath and turned her head to look at Su Yu. She then shook her head slightly, as if she was looking at Su Yu with disdain. She then continued advancing without turning her head back. Su Yu ignored her and continued advancing at a steady pace. During the previous 2 tribulations, both Su Yu's physical body and soul power had risen sharply. Both his physical body and soul power had reached the level 3 fairy realm. Such a rapid rise had its pros and cons. The cons were that his foundation wasn't stable, and his physical body's power was fluctuating between high and low. The heavy water in front of him could suppress both his physical body and soul, so it was the best place for Su Yu to consolidate his strength. Thus, he didn't advance impatiently, and he continued tempering himself step by step. Palace Mistress Kong Chan opened her eyes slowly. She swept her gaze over Xiao Li, who was leading the way, before her gaze fell on Su Yu. A faint look of expectation appeared in her eyes as she said, "I wonder whether he can reach that level." In the Shangguan family, Shangguan Yunk looked at Su Yu and furrowed his brows. "Brother Su, with your physical body, you shouldn't be so slow, right? At the very least, the top 10 shouldn't be a problem." Shangguan Qinger, who was at the side, had a strange look in her eyes. "Brother, you don't understand. Su Yu's way of walking is the most suitable. The outer court examinees only treat the carp leaping through the dragon gate as a cruel test with a slim chance of survival. But they don't know that in the eyes of the inner court disciples, it's a training opportunity that can only be chanced upon by luck. If you want to try the carp leaping through the dragon gate, you have to spend 100,000 merit points." Shangguan Qinger's eyes were filled with envy. "If it wasn't for the fact that I'm already an inner sanctum disciple and can no longer take the test, I would also like to enter the carp leaping over the dragon gate." Although Shangguan Yunk was in the inner sanctum, he wasn't a true inner sanctum disciple, so he didn't know much about it. He asked curiously, "Why is that?" Shangguan Qinger replied, "The heavy water has an unimaginable oppressive effect on one's body and soul. As long as one surpasses a certain threshold, both his body and soul will be tempered." She then added, "The body isn't an issue, but most of the soul tempering methods have disappeared since ancient times. There aren't many soul tempering methods in this world, so the carp leaping through the dragon gate soul tempering is extremely precious. As far as I know, all inner sanctum disciples who pay attention to soul cultivation are striving for the carp leaping through the dragon gate's trial. As for the outer sanctum disciples, they only view it as a burden and don't know how great of a fortuitous opportunity they are missing out on." Shangguan Qinger looked at Su Yu and continued, "Every step you take must be firm and steady, and it's only in this way that you'll be able to obtain the trial's benefits. Xiao Li seems smart, but she's really stupid." When he heard her, Shangguan Yunk couldn't help but click his tongue. In the past, he had relied on his younger sister's status as Mo Tianquan's unofficial disciple to avoid the trial. But he didn't know that the carp leaping through the dragon gate's benefits were so heaven-defying. Time elapsed slowly, and more disciples joined the trial. Many people failed, but only a small portion of them managed to reach the 10th step. However, none of them dared to advance any further. They all rejoiced at their success and immediately left the dangerous trial. When all 40 people had finished the trial, Suyu and Xiao Li were still on the stairs. Xiao Li had already reached the 20th step, and her whole body was drenched in sweat. She was gasping for breath, and her speed had already slowed down greatly. Her body could still persist, but the heavy pressure that her soul had to bear was extremely unbearable. Her body was on the verge of collapsing, as she had almost reached her limit. However, when she turned her head and looked at Suyu, who was still on the 13th step, she heaved a sigh of relief. 7 more steps than him meant that she had gained 7,000 points. Hence, the second trial's first place was surely hers. The only thing that displeased her was that Suyu's pace hadn't changed at all. The last 10 steps were more difficult than the first 10. Yet, Suyu was still able to maintain the same pace. This made Xiao Li feel restless, but she still clenched her teeth and forced herself to continue climbing. After 2 hours had passed, Xiao Li reached the 25th step with great difficulty, and she was squatting on it, unable to budge an inch. The heavy water here was too difficult for her body to bear, and as she had already reached her limit, she couldn't proceed any further. The first place should be mine. She forced herself to reveal a faint smile as she turned her head around to look at Suyu. However, Suyu's figure was nowhere to be seen on the stone pillar. Did he fall down? Xiao Li was startled by this, but soon after, she revealed a faint smile, as if she had just been relieved of a heavy burden. She didn't know when she had started viewing Suyu as a formidable rival. When she was just about to give up, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that many people were looking at her. However, their gazes weren't focused on her, but on the stone pillar where Suyu was. When Xiao Li raised her head and looked at it, her whole body shivered as she cried out in alarm, "Impossible!" The reason why she couldn't see Suyu was that he had already surpassed her and was now standing on the 29th step. He was obviously 7 steps slower than her a moment ago, yet in just 2 hours he had already surpassed her by 5 steps. If she observed him carefully, she would discover that, although Suyu's pace was slower than the previous 20 steps, it was still higher than hers. How is this possible? The 25th step is my limit, so how can Suyu be stronger than me? Xiao Li couldn't understand this matter, and she wondered, could it be that Suyu's fleshly body is stronger than hers, who is at the level 5 fairy realm, on the boulder? It has been many years since the last time someone managed to reach the 29th step in the external recruitment test. It seems like a good seedling will emerge from this year's external recruitment test. An old man clad in hemp clothes was standing next to Palace Mistress Kongchan. He was holding a walking stick, and it was unknown when he had appeared next to her. When the many family masters saw him, reverence appeared in their eyes. The old man was none other than one of the outer sanctum's 2 lesser palace masters, Palace Master Hua. Palace Mistress Kongchan looked at Suyu, while a look of anticipation appeared on her aged face. It's still too early to come to a conclusion. The first 30 steps are just for the challengers to familiarize themselves with them, while the last 30 steps are the true test. Shangguan Qing'er's beautiful eyes flickered. Amazing! The carp leaping over the dragon gate is also a test of one's aptitude. According to what I know, almost all of the inner sanctum's disciples manage to reach the 30th step. If one can reach the 40th step, he will be an elite in the outer sanctum, and if he can reach the 50th step, he will be a demon-like existence in the outer sanctum. If he can reach the 60th step, he will be an elite in the inner sanctum. Shangguan Yang's eyes became filled with anticipation. Which step do you think he can reach? Shangguan Qing'er rolled her eyes at Shangguan Yang and said, "How would I know? It's you who invited him here." Shangguan Qing'er looked at Suyu and said, "However, the Demon Mountain's 4 demons only managed to reach the 50th step in the first carp leaping over the Dragon Gate trial, while the leader of the 4 demons, Bing Wuxin, only managed to reach the 57th step. So, even if this Suyu is a demon-like talent, he still can't be more demon-like than the 4 demons, right?" The four of them made an exception in the past and were allowed to skip the outer sanctum's trial and enter the inner sanctum. They are heaven-defying existences, and even in the inner sanctum, which is filled with experts, the four of them still have great reputations. When Shangguan Yunk heard her mention the four demons, his face shivered. That's right, that's right. It seemed like Shangguan Qinger had also thought of something, and her pretty face became gloomy. She clenched her fists and seemed as if she dared to speak up. Last time, the demonic woman, who was one of the four demons, had come to the Shangguan family as an emissary. However, she had been displeased, and a day later, all of the Shangguan family's members, from the servants to the family master, were vomiting and having diarrhea. Even she wasn't spared. It was obvious that this was the doing of that lawless demonic woman. The fact that even Shangguan Qinger, who was Mo Tianquan's registered disciple, didn't dare to speak out against her showed how ferocious the four demons were. Many of the family masters were shocked and speechless as they watched Su Yu step onto the 30th step. Rumble! A muffled sound echoed out, as if a muffled thunder had echoed out from the stone pillar. Madame Situ's body shivered, and she couldn't believe her own eyes. The 30th step. He stepped onto the 30th step. This meant that Su Yu had great potential, and he might even reach the divine master realm in the future and enter the inner sanctum. Palace Mistress Kong Chan revealed a gratified look and said, "The Situ family's recommendation is meritorious, and you will be rewarded with the right to manage the Sky Castle for 20 years, as well as 10 solid foundation nourishing pills. I hope that you will continue to nurture the region's outstanding juniors and contribute to the Red Blood Palace's development." Delight appeared on Madame Situ's face. After all, if the person she recommended had an outstanding performance, he would surely get an extra reward. In the past, the Shangguan family would have to pay 10 years of their income in exchange for 20 years' worth of management rights. Now, it was like they were exempted from paying 10 years' worth of offerings. As for the solid foundation nourishing pill, it was a 5th-grade spirit elixir that was unique to the Red Blood Palace. It was one of the best low-grade spirit elixirs, and if it was consumed by a half-fairy, it could stabilize one's foundation and stimulate one's potential. It was also rumored that if an ordinary person consumed it, he would gradually show some talent. I thank Palace Master Kong Chan for the reward. Many of the family masters' eyes turned red. They were both envious and jealous of Su Yu. When the Shangguan family saw this, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was something that should have belonged to the Shangguan family, yet it had been taken advantage of by the Situ family. When Su Yu stepped onto the 30th step, he immediately felt the pressure on him increase. Chapter 783. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps for steps. At the 9th step, the people below held their breaths and stared at the scene before them in disbelief. The 39th level. It was rare for the 39th level to appear in the external recruitment examination. The last time it appeared was over 100 years ago. Many families were filled with anticipation and jealousy. They were jealous of the Situ family's good fortune, and they were looking forward to seeing Su Yu's performance. The Red Blood Palace wanted to reduce the number of external recruitment quotas, and Su Yu's current performance might be able to reverse the situation. Palace Master Hua chuckled. I was right, wasn't I? He's a good seedling now. Su Yu, who was standing on the 39th floor, was stunned on the spot, because on the 40th step, there was actually a shadow standing there. From the looks of it, it was a man. His facial features were incomplete and blurry. This is the last man to pass the 40th level. It was done by Yang Filiu of the Outer Sanctum 5 months ago. If Su Yu successfully steps onto the 40th step, his image will replace Yang Filiu and stand on the 40th step. Shangguan Qinger's eyes shone brightly. Once you break through to the 40th level, you'll have unimaginable privileges in the Outer Sanctum. Su Yu paused for a moment, then stepped on it. All of a sudden, the illusory figure shattered, and Su Yu's indistinct figure appeared. Su Yu was stunned for a moment, but when he realized that it was not a big deal, he left. However, the moment he stepped onto the 40th step, a shocking pressure suddenly assaulted him. Crack! The bones in Su Yu's body emitted a cracking sound, and it seemed like they were about to collapse. Even his soul felt a bit of pain. A pained expression flashed past Su Yu's face. However, his heart was filled with joy. After passing through the first 40 levels, his soul and body had stabilized. Now, the further he walked, the more his soul and body would be tempered. With excitement in his eyes, Su Yu let out a low grunt and stepped forward. This scene caused everyone to be shocked speechless for a long time. Is he a monster? We're on the 40th floor now. We can still go up. Hiss. Level 40. Based on his potential, he must be at the elite level of the outer sect. Lady Situ's beautiful eyes were filled with splendor, and she couldn't use words to describe the shock in her heart. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Palace Mistress Kong Chan's face as she said, "The Situ clan's recommendation is meritorious. They will grant you another 40 years of jurisdiction, 20 solid foundation cultivating pills, and a profound pill and a 5th grade divine accumulation pill." Divine accumulation pill? Even the Shangguan clan master's pupils shrank. Putting aside the jurisdiction and the solid foundation cultivating pill, the divine accumulation pill had shocked all the family heads present. Even the many god masters' envoys shuddered, their eyes filled with excitement. Elderly, who had just returned, had a look of envy on his face. He cupped his hands toward Lady Situ and said, "Congratulations, Lady Situ! Your cultivation has improved once again. I'm really envious of you." Lady Situ's whole body trembled. Divine accumulation pill? The divine accumulation pill was already a profound core pill. Elixirs that were useful for the fairy realm were called spiritual elixirs. As for the pills that were effective on divine masters, they were called profound pills. The divine accumulation pill was a middle-grade mysterious pill among mysterious pills, and it was extremely beneficial to people at the peak of the early stage and the middle stage divine masters. Lady Situ had the cultivation of a 3rd grade almighty, and the divine accumulation pill could refine her magical power and strengthen her divine incantation, which could increase her power significantly. This kind of medicinal pill could not be found on the market, and it was impossible to find a better medicinal pill of the same level. Moreover, it was a 5th grade one. For a moment, Lady Situ felt dizzy, as if she had just been overjoyed. Shangguan Yunk's mouth twitched, and when he looked at his father, he could no longer take pleasure in his misfortune. Instead, he felt pity for him. He knew that his father had spent a lot of effort in order to obtain the divine accumulation pill, but it was still so difficult for him to obtain even one. He must be in a terrible mood right now. After 4 hours, Su Yu had already stepped onto the 45th step. From the 40th step onward, a different figure appeared on almost every step, and they were all the people who had just arrived on that step. Su Yu continued on, annihilating all of them, leaving only his phantom image behind. After 8 hours, Su Yu finally reached the 49th step with increasing difficulty. At that moment, Su Yu's whole body was drenched in sweat, and his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Su Yu bent down and gasped for breath. It seemed like he was reaching his limit. Even so, Su Yu still looked delighted. He could feel that both his physical body and soul energy had improved greatly. If he could continue moving forward, he would surely achieve a great breakthrough. There was a deathly silence below the stone pillar. Everyone wanted to know whether Su Yu could continue moving forward and step onto the 50th step. The 50th step represented the outer sanctum's monstrous genius, and it was a realm that only the 4 demons could reach. Palace Master Hua chuckled and said, "Even among the inner sanctum's disciples, only the elites can reach the 50th step. It seems like our outer sanctum's outer sanctum has gained another monstrous genius." Delight appeared on Palace Master Kong Chan's face, but her expression soon became grave. This lad's potential isn't limited to just this much, and if he continues moving forward, I'm afraid that the inner sanctum's old men will smell him and recruit him into the inner sanctum ahead of time. Our gains won't make up for our losses." Palace Master Hua's expression became grave when he heard this, and the delight on his face gradually disappeared. He then said, "I just hope that this lad knows when to stop and understand that the tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Otherwise, if the inner sanctum's disciples really come to ask for him, we won't be able to stop them unless he's unwilling." Su Yu raised his head and saw that there was another person standing on the 50th step. He seemed like a child at first glance. Su Yu shook his head and stepped onto it. The child's phantom image shattered and was replaced by Su Yu's figure. The 50th step. He had reached the 50th step. Everyone held their breaths, almost suffocating. They stared at the divine eagle on the 50th floor in disbelief. Another demonic genius had been born. Su Yu, on the other hand, felt an unprecedented pressure. His soul was shaken, and cracking sounds echoed from his body. He was already at his limit. But if he forced himself to take several steps, it wouldn't be a problem for him. Su Yu raised his head and looked at the 50th to 60th steps. Unlike the 40th step, there were only 4 people in the domain of 50 steps, including the one Su Yu was on. There was 1 person on the 50th step, 1 on the 52nd step, and 1 on the 53rd step. The farthest person was on the 57th step, and it was a tall woman. Su Yu calculated inwardly. He had the divine 9 dragon cauldron's help, so his soul wouldn't suffer any harm, while his body still had the first dragon's body, so he could continue moving forward. If he clenched his teeth and persevered, he should still be able to crush that woman's figure. However, as he looked at the shocked faces below him, he suppressed such thoughts. Both his body and soul had been tempered greatly, and he had already reached his goal. Moreover, it seemed like he was in the limelight now, so it was time to end this. He had just joined the sanctum, so it was better for him to keep a low profile. However, he didn't know that this trip had caused his reputation to soar, and it would be impossible for him to keep a low profile. As Su Yu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, he broke through the heavy water and landed on the ground. Many people were startled by such a scene. When the others left the carp leaping over the dragon gate, they were all exhausted. They had all come back carefully while holding on to the stairs. Xiao Li was the same. However, Su Yu had managed to cross the heavy water and come back. What did this mean? It meant that he still had enough energy to continue moving forward. This lad had hidden his potential on purpose. Palace Mistress Kong Chan and Palace Mistress Hua exchanged a glance and heaved a sigh of relief. They then looked at Su Yu with admiration in their eyes. He had managed to retreat in time, hide his potential, and avoid the limelight. Palace Mistress Kong Chan stood up and looked at Madame Situ with a smile. "Madame Situ, you have recommended a good seedling this time, and you have made a great contribution to our Red Blood Palace's outer sanctum. As such, you will be rewarded with 5 5th-grade Divine Nourishing Pills and a 6th-grade Divine Nourishing Pill. Moreover, you will be allowed to double the number of people in the Situ family's recruitment test, and each time you will be allowed to recommend 40 people. I hope that you will continue sending talents like Su Yu to the outer sanctum." Upon hearing this, the expressions of many family masters changed drastically. Not only were there 5 5th-grade Divine Nourishing Pills, but there was also a 6th-grade one. Even if one had just broken through to the level 3 Divine Master Realm, he would be able to reach the level 4 Divine Master Realm and become a middle-stage Divine Master Realm in a short time after consuming it. Moreover, Madame Situ was in existence who had been stuck at the peak of the level 3 Divine Master Realm for a long time. They knew that after this, Madame Situ would become a middle-stage Divine Master Realm expert and stand shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Yueming. What made their expressions even more unsightly was that the Situ family had a recommendation quota that was twice as large as theirs. What did this mean? It meant that more geniuses would join the Siddhu family in order to obtain a quota. Moreover, the fact that they had recommended a heaven-defying demonic genius would make their name known, and they would be able to attract more geniuses to join them. This would be of great significance to the Siddhu family's development. Although it sounded unimaginable that a recommended genius could change the fate of an entire family, it was actually what the Red Blood Palace hoped to achieve. Only then would the big and small factions under their jurisdiction earnestly recommend geniuses. Madame Siddhu was so happy that she almost fainted. She, who had been the family master for many years, couldn't help but feel excited. She hadn't let her husband down, and the Siddhu family would hopefully develop greatly under her leadership. All of this was thanks to the silver-masked lord, who had found such a powerful, demonic genius for her. It was only the Shangguan family's master who sighed in frustration and melancholy. "Father, since it has already come to this, it's useless for you to regret it." Shangguan Yunk was quite helpless, so he comforted him softly. "Sometimes you'll get what you want, but if you don't want it, then don't force it. Let nature take its course." The Shangguan family's master seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. "I'm already old, and I can't judge people properly. Yunk, you should spend more time with Mr. Su in the sanctum, as his achievements in the future won't be any lower than yours." "I understand," Shangguan Yunk said. The thrilling test had come to an end just like that. Su Yu, a demonic genius who had appeared out of nowhere, had managed to reach the 50th layer of the carp leaping over the dragon gate with a cultivation of the level 1 fairy realm. Su Yu deserves to be the first in the fairy confining forest trial. Palace Mistress Kong Chan's expression was relaxed. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. Swoosh! It was at this moment that Xiao Yueming, who had gone to the fairy confining forest for half a day, finally came back. He was holding a dying Xiao family's junior in each of his hands. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was filled with grief and indignation. He had searched through most of the forest, and most of the corpses he found were the corpses of his family's juniors, which had been gnawed on. Only 2 juniors were lucky enough to avoid the beast tide. Both of them had died, including Xiao Lingjian. Even Xiao Lingjian's corpse wasn't left behind. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, while some of them took pleasure in their misfortune. In the end, only 3 people from the Xiao family had survived, which was even more miserable than the Lin family, which had suffered the brunt of the beast tide. Chapter 784. Kong Chan and the old man looked at each other in surprise. Only 3 people from the Xiao family survived? "Okay, Xiao family master, you can speak freely," Palace Mistress Kong Chan said. Xiao Yueming looked at Su Yu, who was sitting cross-legged and resting, while emitting a strong killing intent. "Palace mistresses, please help us cripple Su Yu's cultivation and take revenge for our Xiao family's children." Huh. Everyone looked at Su Yu and wondered, is the Xiao family's heavy casualties really related to this lad? However, they weren't worried about Su Yu, and they just looked at the infuriated Xiao Yueming playfully. "Explain yourself clearly," Palace Mistress Kong Chan asked calmly. Xiao Yueming was somewhat flabbergasted by the attitude of the people around him. He wanted to investigate this matter, but he couldn't restrain the killing intent in his heart. His eyes became moist, and he said with grief and hatred, "My son, Xiao Lingjian, was killed by Su Yuxian. It was also because of him that our Xiao family's people were separated, and we were attacked by the beast tide one by one. He disregarded the law and attacked the Xiao family's challengers, so according to reason, his cultivation should be crippled. Palace Mistress Kong Chan, please help me." Palace Mistress Kong Chan was expressionless. "Ha! Do you have any proof? The Red Blood Palace has always convinced people with reason, and just a few words from you aren't enough." Xiao Yueming pushed the 2 Xiao clan's disciples in his hands forward. The 2 of them immediately knelt on the ground and cried, "Palace Master, please seek justice for our young master." This evil man stopped us and fought with our young master. Our young master protected us and asked us to leave first. Then our young master died. He must have killed him. If Su Yu had killed Xiao Lingjian in the past, many family masters would have doubted him. But, judging from Su Yu's previous performance, it was obvious that he was the one who had done it. They all wore playful looks on their faces. If it had been in the past, Palace Mistress Kong Chan would surely have punished Su Yu severely for the sake of his great family's influence. But now, well, does this mean that you didn't see Su Yu kill Xiao Lingjian with your own eyes? Palace Mistress Kong Chan asked calmly. The two Xiao family's disciples were startled, and they had a bad premonition. They shook their heads and said, "No, but the young master's disappearance was surely caused by him. Splutter!" All of a sudden, the two Xiao family's disciples' faces became flushed, and they spouted a mouthful of blood. It was Palace Mistress Kong Chan who glared at them. Her face was filled with anger as she said, "Do you take my red blood palace as small as your Xiao family? How dare you slander me without seeing it with your own eyes?" As she spoke, Palace Mistress Kong Chan looked at Su Yu and said, "Su Yuxian, why don't you tell us as well? The Xiao family's people have stated that you fought with Xiao Lingjian, and you are still missing. Did you kill him?" Su Yu opened his eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Brother Xiao and I only exchanged blows once on the stone pillar, and our powers were enough to determine the victor. So, we happened to run into each other, so I invited you to exchange pointers with me. After that, Brother Xiao was defeated by me, and he became disheartened, so he went into the forest alone. He left a message saying that he would meditate on the wall for 10 years, and that he would come back to compete with me after he comprehended a supreme technique." As he spoke, Su Yu looked at Xiao Yueming with a smile. "Xiao family's master, if you quickly chase after him, you might be able to find your son in one of the cliffs." Puff! Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Yu had already sent Xiao Lingjian to hell, yet he was still teasing him like this. You're talking nonsense. It was clearly a fight to the death. How could it be a spar? The two Xiao clan's younger generation were so angry that their chests were heaving up and down. Su Yu looked over and said calmly, "Oh, why should I fight with him? Wouldn't it be better for me to kill my demonic beasts for no reason? That's because we angered you." One of the Xiao family's younger generation blurted out. Su Yu sneered coldly. "Why did you anger me? Why don't you tell me about it? Did you do something that you shouldn't have done, such as chasing after the Situ family's people?" The two Xiao family's younger generation were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies. "No, of course not. You are just talking nonsense." "That's enough." Palace Mistress Kong Chan furrowed her brows and stared at the two Xiao family's younger generation. "You are trying to cover yourself in such a secretive manner. Xiao family's master, take them away, and we'll talk about it after we find evidence." Xiao Yueming's heart thumped. He had already noticed that the atmosphere was far from good, and now he felt like something was amiss. What happened? It seems like Palace Mistress Kong Chan is siding with Su Yuxian. "Palace Mistress, regardless of what happened, please hand over Su Yuxian to me. The Xiao family's people mustn't have died in vain." Xiao Yueming took a step forward and pleaded with her. Su Yu had killed his only son and caused many outstanding juniors to die miserably. So, how could he not take revenge for this debt of blood? Palace Mistress Kong Chan's apathetic face gradually became ice cold. "Xiao Yueming, do you want me to repeat myself twice? Take your men and stand down." She had already addressed him as Xiao Yueming, and it was obvious that she was truly infuriated. Xiao Yueming's heart shuddered, and he hesitated for a moment before he stopped. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. "Fine, the test has come to an end. The disciples who pass the test can follow me to the outer sanctum. Family mistresses, you can rest for a few days in the outer sanctum's rooms before you leave," Palace Mistress Kong Chan said. She then led the few envoys and the people who had passed the test back to the outer sanctum. Xiao Li followed after her, and before she left, she threw a jade pendant at Xiao Yueming. A moment ago, Palace Mistress Kongchan was in charge of the situation, so it wasn't convenient for Xiao Li to say anything. Xiao Yueming caught the pendant and pressed it against his forehead, while a voice transmission was transmitted to his brain. Family Mistress, please bear with it for now. Su Yuxian's potential is outstanding, and he has already reached the 50th layer. He is valued by the outer sanctum, so Palace Mistress Kongchan and Palace Mistress Hua will surely side with him. Xiao Yueming's whole body shuddered when he heard this. The 50th layer? His pupils contracted, and he was shocked beyond words. After he stood there for a long while, the hatred in his eyes didn't decrease. Instead, it increased. Will I just let go of my son's grudge? It's impossible. Su Yu, don't assume that I can't deal with you just because you are in the outer sanctum. The two palace mistresses can protect you for a while, but they can't protect you forever. Moreover, since you got the first place, you must go to that place, and you will surely die there. Xiao Yueming clenched his fist and crushed the jade pendant. In the outer sanctum, Palace Mistress Kongchan and Palace Mistress Hua were explaining the new disciples' rules to them while they were distributing items. They were given an identity badge, a spatial ring, and a blue robe with light patterns on it. They were all considered new disciples of the Red Blood Palace. Su Yuxian, this is your extra badge. Palace Mistress Kongchan threw a black badge to Su Yu, which had the word Fish Dragon engraved on it. She then added, after you reach the 40th layer in the carp leaping over Dragon Gates trial, you'll get such a badge, and you'll get some special privileges with it. The more layers you break through, the greater your privileges will be. Palace Mistress Kongchan and Palace Mistress Hua left in a hurry without waiting for Su Yu's question, leaving behind several reception elders to explain the palace's rules and arrange their lodgings for them. Su Yu was startled by this, and he wondered, didn't Palace Mistress Kongchan say that I caused great trouble because of the devilish ice Scarlet Martin's matter? Come over here. I have something to discuss with you. A fragrant wind assaulted Su Yu's noiselessly, as Zixian, who was as beautiful as a ghost, went to Su Yu's side and spoke in a low voice. Su Yu was startled by this, and he followed her to a corner of the hall, then lowered his head and whispered into her ear. Zixian, what's the matter? Su Yu asked in surprise. Zixian looked at Su Yu and spoke clearly. You deceived me. Su Yu's heart thumped as he realized that he had been discovered. As he looked at Zixian's gaze, which was solemn, and angry, Su Yu's heart became ice cold. How did she discover it so quickly? Su Yu's eyes flickered for a long while before he sighed softly. He didn't even think about running away. If he had been prepared, he would have been able to run away, but it was impossible for him to do so in front of Zixian. Su Yu laughed mockingly at himself, as he knew that he would surely die on this day. He then said, You finally discovered it. I'm sorry for deceiving you, but I have my own reasons for doing so. Zixian snorted and said, You finally admitted it. That's good, so don't blame me for being impolite. Su Yu closed his eyes slowly. He had assumed that he would still be able to use his fists and legs after coming to Juzhou. He had never expected that he would be killed by an all-creation realm expert. If you want to kill me, you can do whatever you want. However, I can die, but you can't make me apologize to him. Su Yu's gaze was resolute, as he didn't regret killing the Blood Emperor. Wait. Zixian blinked her sapphire-like eyes. Why would I want to kill you? Su Yu was startled. Didn't you already discover it? Zixian nodded, then said angrily, That's right. You lied to me that Su Yu was among the challengers, and caused me to miss the chance to find him. Ah. Su Yu was dumbfounded, and a gust of wind blew past him, causing his mind to be in a mess. I observed all of the challengers in the fairy confining forest, according to what you said, and none of them was Suyu. But I found traces of him attacking them, and I surmised that he wasn't a challenger, but a Red Blood Palace's disciple who was protecting a challenger in secret and only intervened when he ran into danger. Suyu's heart was racing as he thought, "You have already made up a story for me, so what else can I say? It's all because of you that I paid attention to the wrong direction. Tell me, how will you compensate me?" Zixian glared at Suyu fiercely, then waved her snow-white fist and hit Suyu's chest. In the eyes of others, it seemed like they were flirting. Suyu was embarrassed. "Madam, you are an all-creation old monster. So how can I compensate you?" Zixian tilted her head, then furrowed her brows as she thought about it. "That's true." But after she came back to her senses, she said reluctantly, "But I don't feel comfortable letting you off like this, so I want to punish you." Suyu rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Why are you still holding on to me? Hurry up and look for Suyu. I'm punishing you. Help me look for Suyu, and this is your punishment, a severe punishment. I won't let you cultivate peacefully, sleep peacefully, or eat peacefully." Zixian placed her hands on her hips and glared at Suyu angrily. As he looked at Zixian, Suyu wiped away the black lines on his forehead. How could there be such a silly and adorable, all-creation old monster in this world? It must be an illusion. Fine, I'll continue helping you look for Suyu, and I'll inform you once I get any news. Suyu could only continue acting like a philanthropist. Zixian shook her head. "You can't. I want to keep an eye on you, so that you can look for him wholeheartedly." Suyu's veins throbbed. "Won't it be faster for you to look for him yourself? With your cultivation, will it be difficult for you to scan the inner sanctum and outer sanctum's people?" Zixian shook her head. "No, there's an all-creation old monster in the outer sanctum, and if I walk around casually, I'll surely be detected. So, I can only send you to investigate in secret." Suyu raised his brows. "There's an all-creation old monster in the outer sanctum? Didn't the Red Blood Palace only have the current palace master, Mo Tianxian, who's an all-creation old monster? Why is there another one? Fine. How do you want to keep an eye on me? Surely you won't stay with me?" Suyu asked angrily. Zixian's long eyelashes flickered, while her sapphire eyes flickered. She glared at him and asked, "What? Can't I? I want to stay with you. Eat, cultivate, and go out. Don't even think about getting rid of me." In fact, although the palace was large, it was quite spacious, and Zixian's voice was clearly heard by everyone. "What the? Isn't this little sister too bold?" Some of the new male disciples teased her. Some of the new female disciples were both angry and embarrassed. "She attacked me too quickly. I didn't even start talking to her. Yet she already pounced on me." The reception elders looked at each other in dismay, then said, "Sigh. Public morals are degenerating with each passing day." Suyu's eyes widened, as he finally confirmed that this little girl, who had a terrifying cultivation base, was actually the eldest miss, who had never gone out. She didn't even have the most basic taboos against men and women, so it could be seen from this that her living environment was superior and monotonous. This. Suyu wiped the sweat from his forehead as he wondered, what if I agree to live with her? What if this old monster becomes enlightened one day and wants to kill me to prove her innocence? Do you dare to not agree? Zixian ground her teeth. You have already gotten benefits from me, yet you still dare to return. You are a big liar, and I will, Suyu hurriedly interrupted her. Wait, I will agree. Isn't it good for me to agree? But you must swear that you won't go back on your word, and you mustn't hunt me down. Zixian was startled. What? Why would I hunt you down? However, she still earnestly took out an oath scroll, wrote the oath on it, and threw it at Suyu. It was only then that Suyu felt at ease, and he carefully put it away. After all, it would be a life-saving charm in the future. Suyuxian, this is your residence. as well as your entrance badge. Keep it well. Elder Li walked over awkwardly and took a look at Zixian. He wondered, how could such a delicate and pretty woman be so dissolute? He paused for a moment, then said, according to the rules, only you are allowed to live in the residence, and you aren't allowed to bring any outsiders with you. However, you have a fish dragon badge, and you are allowed to bring one person with you. However, youngsters should spend more time on cultivation, and you must remember to control yourself in certain aspects. So you felt like cursing. What control? That's an all-creation realm expert. Zixian looked curiously at the two people who wore odd expressions. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Su Yu was embarrassed. Elderly taught us that we should get along with each other and live in harmony. Oh, thank you, Elderly. Zixian revealed an elegant smile. Elderly couldn't bear Zixian's boldness, so he hurriedly said, Lad, you're this year's exams champion, so according to the rules you can enter the Transcendence Pond once and get 1,000 merit points. The Transcendence Pond is quite useful for early-stage fairies like you, and this is especially the case since you just went through the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. So you should strike while the iron is hot, and its effects will be even better. You might even get a pleasant surprise from it. He then added, after you enter the Transcendence Pond, it would be best for you to enter the martial training room and consolidate your cultivation. The Transcendence Pond? It sounded quite good, but what were merit points? Elder Li didn't wait for Su Yu's inquiry before he left. He didn't mention anything about the devilish Scarlet Martin at all. Zixian, this is the badge and address of our future residence. You should go and live there first, while I will cultivate for a while before coming back. Su Yu had come to the Red Blood Palace to cultivate, so he obviously wouldn't let go of such a great opportunity. Zixian thought about it for a moment, then nodded. She then warned him, Don't play any tricks, and you must tell us where you will live in half a day. Otherwise, as she spoke, she ground her teeth and clenched her fists, which emitted a cracking sound. The disciples were both envious and speechless. Isn't that woman in too much of a hurry? Su Yu's face became slightly hot, and he quickly left the great hall and rushed toward the Transcendence Palace, where the Transcendence Pond was located. At the same time, on a hill which was inlaid with glowing pearls and precious stones, there was a giant residence in the belly of a mountain. There was a petite and adorable little girl who was cultivating calmly. All of a sudden, a beeping sound echoed from her waist. The little girl furrowed her brows and took a black badge from her waist. It was the same fish dragon badge that Su Yu had. When she opened her eyes to take a look at it, she jumped up and shouted loudly, I'm so infuriated. Which damned person destroyed the phantom image I left in the 50th layer and deprived me of my fish dragon privileges? Who was it? If the phantom image was replaced, then the corresponding layer's privileges would also be taken away. A level 8 fairy realm disciple, who was walking down the mountain, was startled when he heard such a cry. His face turned deathly pale as he exclaimed, Demonic woman! Chapter 785. Near the hill, there were a dozen outer sect disciples dressed in light blue robes, walking around. Suddenly he heard a roar and his expression changed. Not good. The demoness is here, run. Ah, run. In an instant, the dozen or so outer court disciples panicked. Hey, my shoe fell off. Who cares about shoes? Don't look back, even if your wife falls off. The demoness is going down the mountain. Hurry home and close the doors and windows. Don't go out no matter what. Oh, Su Yu was completely unaware of this matter, and he was just standing outside the transcending mortality palace. What surprised Su Yu was that there were 5 outer sanctum's disciples who were wearing blue robes, guarding the palace. Their cultivations were all at least at the level 6 fairy realm. Su Yu could faintly detect the aura of a divine master in the palace. Apart from the 18 great factions, most of the family factions only had one divine master, and many fairy realm experts to form a large-scale family faction. Yet, in the Red Blood Palace's outer sanctum, they were merely the guards of a single palace. Su Yu stepped forward and was about to ask how he could enter. 500 contribution points per entry, the guard said expressionlessly. The guard on the other side scanned Su Yu from head to toe. It seemed like Su Yu was a new face, and it was strange that he looked so old. Could he be an old man who had made an exception to enter? Disdain rose in his heart, and he impatiently waved his hand. Every time this time, there are always newcomers like you who wander around. Before you understand the rules of the outer sanctum, don't go out. Go back and think of a way to earn 500 merit points first. Su Yu had wanted to ask nicely, but before he could even open his mouth, the other party had chased him away with such an impatient attitude. Dusting off his sleeves, Su Yu calmly looked at the guard who was trying to expel him. I have rewarded you with an additional entry qualification. Is there a problem with that? Huh. The 5 guards couldn't help but cast astonished gazes at him. The Transcendence Pond usually required contribution points to be exchanged for, and it was extremely rare for someone to obtain special permission to enter directly. What is the reason for the reward? The guard who was being stared at by Su Yu was startled. With a scrutinizing gaze, he asked again. Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and said, Does the person who came first in the recruitment exam count? The expression of the guard who was examining him changed. The external recruitment test that just ended. He didn't believe it. The other 4 guards couldn't help but frown. His cultivation was too weak, and no matter how he looked at it, a level 1 fairy wouldn't be able to get the first place in the exam. Furthermore, he was so old. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a young disciple who had entered through the proper channels. Just as the guard was about to speak, Su Yu's expression became gloomy. Fine. Do I still need to be interrogated by guards just to enter the Transcendence Pond? It doesn't matter if we don't enter the Transcendence Pond. I'll personally ask Elder Li whether Palace Mistress Kong-chan needs to personally give instructions to the 5 guards before letting them pass. It was just a simple baptism in the Transcendence Pond, but it was blocked by 5 guards. Although he wasn't angry, he was unhappy. Hey, wait. The expression of the guard who spoke changed. He had seen that Su Yu's cultivation was weak, so he wanted to see him in person. But seeing that Su Yu was serious, how could he continue to make things difficult for him? However, Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him and left on his own. This time he was extremely anxious. Their duty was merely to protect and guide the new disciples on how to use their merit points to enter the Transcendence Pond. He had enough merit points to pass, but not enough to refuse. Apart from that, everything else was superfluous. For example, the questioning just now was purely forbidden. It was fine if the elders above did not ask about it, but if they took it seriously, they would be severely punished. Moreover, the old man in front of him seemed to have some background. Junior brother, please wait. The guard walked down the stairs and was about to stop Su Yu from leaving. Right at this moment, the door to the mortal rebirth hall opened silently, and an old man with a goatee stood there with his hands behind his back. He had a furious expression on his face, and his eyes contained rage. Greetings, Palace Master Long. The guards were startled, and they hurriedly greeted. The guards who had chased after him hurriedly returned and bowed their heads in greeting. The goateed old man's expression was gloomy as he glanced at the guard in front of him. He snorted and said, Your mission for this month has ended early. You can go back now. You don't have to come here to carry out missions anymore. Go. Hearing this, the other 4 guards' faces changed drastically, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. In the Red Blood Palace, the Outer Sanctum's disciples were required to carry out at least 1 mission every month. There were good and bad missions, but the good missions rewarded a lot of merit points. Bad missions were tiring and dangerous, and the merit points were few. Usually, good missions were obtained by disciples who were well-informed or had connections with the mission distribution hall. It was very difficult for ordinary disciples to obtain good missions. As such, the Mortal Rebirth Hall's missions were considered high-grade missions, and they rewarded more merit points than ordinary missions. Moreover, they were quite safe and comfortable, and it was difficult for ordinary disciples to obtain them. The 5 guards' families all had some connection with the old man, and that was why they could carry out such missions every month. The talkative guard was deprived of his right to carry out missions in the future, and it was a great loss to him. It was extremely difficult to earn merit points in the Red Blood Palace, and such missions could only be obtained by chance. When the guard heard this, his expression changed drastically, and he knelt down on the ground and begged, "Palace Master Long, please show mercy. I was foolish and broke the rules. Please show mercy to me." This wasn't the first time something like this had happened in the past, but Palace Master Long usually turned a blind eye to it, as he was too lazy to fuss about it. As for those disciples who had suffered from Palace Master Long's anger, they didn't even dare to cause trouble for him. However, today, Palace Master Long took the initiative to fly into a rage, and he didn't even care about the guard's relationship with his family. Palace Master Long's goatee trembled as he snorted softly and said, "You dared to refuse even the external recruitment tests champion, who was appointed by Palace Mistress Kong Chan. My little meow can't tolerate a great Buddha like you, so you should look for another one." Palace Master Long didn't wait for the guard to beg for mercy, as he waved his sleeves and sent him down the stairs. At the same time, Palace Master Long wore a faint smile as he walked down the stairs. He wore an amiable expression as he asked, "Are you Su Yuxian? Elder Li already mentioned to me that you would come here, and he has been waiting for you for a long time. The guard didn't know your identity and offended you, so please don't take it to heart." Even a palace master had lowered himself, so no matter how displeased Suyu was, he still had to give him face. "Palace master, you are worrying too much." "It's just a small misunderstanding," Suyu said. "May I ask how I can enter the palace?" After all, he couldn't just enter such a heavily guarded place just because he wanted to. Palace Master Long chuckled and asked, "Do you carry your identity badge with you?" Suyu nodded. Many elders had reminded him repeatedly that he must carry it with him at all times. Once he was inspected by the law enforcement hall, and if he didn't carry it, he would be taken to the law enforcement hall and interrogated severely. "It's with me." Suyu nodded. Palace Master Long pointed at a bluish stone wall that was beside the gate. It was extremely smooth and translucent, as if it was made of fine jade. There was a notch at the center of the stone wall that was as thick as a steel needle, and it was just big enough for him to insert his identity badge into it. Suyu understood what he meant, and as he inserted his identity badge into it, 3 lines of small words appeared on the stone wall. Merit points balance, 1,000. Additional entry count, 1. This time, you will use the extra entries as your priority. The 1,000 merit points were given to Suyu because he was the first in the exam, and the number of entries into the Transcending Mortality Palace was also a reward. It's fine. The next time you enter, you will need to use 500 merit points each time, and there won't be any exceptions. Even I can't make a decision on my own to allow someone to enter without inserting his identity badge into the palace. Once you do so, the palace's formation will sound, and you, as the palace master, will be punished by the outer sanctum. Palace Master Long's meaning was that even if he wanted to open a back door for Suyu, it would be difficult for him to do so. When Suyu heard this, he revealed a faint smile and said, "Palace Master Long, I will have to trouble you." After he received the badge, they both entered the palace. While walking, Suyu asked, "It's my first time here, so can I ask you some questions?" Palace Master Long was quite straightforward about this. "You don't need to call me Junior, as I've only reached the early stage of the Divine Master Realm despite my age. There's a great disparity between me and a talented person like you. You can just call me Palace Master Long, and if you have any questions, you can just ask me." Su Yu's name had already spread among the Outer Sanctum's divine masters, as he was another demonic genius who managed to step into the 50th layer of the carp leaping over the dragon gate. At the same time, he was highly regarded by the two lesser palace masters, Palace Master Kongchan and Palace Master Hua. His future achievements would surely be limitless. After all, who would want to befriend Su Yu unless they had a grudge against him? After all, if he entered the inner sanctum in the future, he might even remember their kindness and help them earn some benefits. Su Yu thanked him and asked, "Palace Master, may I ask what merit points are? What use do they have, and how can I earn them?" Palace Master Long had already been asked such a question, which was common knowledge, thousands of times, so he felt like he was chewing wax. If ordinary people asked him such a question, he wouldn't bother to answer it, but when Su Yu asked him such a question, he explained it to him enthusiastically. You can use merit points as the Red Blood Palace's currency, and you can use it to buy anything, apart from the things that are prohibited by the Red Blood Palace. Remember, it can be anything. As long as you have enough merit points, you can buy cultivation opportunities, such as the Transcendence Pawn's cultivation opportunities. As long as you have enough merit points, you can buy cultivation techniques, elixirs, talismans, magical treasures, and many other things. As long as you have enough merit points, you can buy anything from spirit cultivation techniques to legendary cultivation techniques. He then added, moreover, if you want to relax and have some fun while cultivating, you can even get some cities. As long as it's the Red Blood Palace's property, you can use merit points to trade for it. He then added, these are the transactions set up by the Red Blood Palace's internal organizations. Apart from this, you can also trade with other Outer Sanctum's disciples. You can hire them to help you explore and become your helpers. Or, if they have something you want, you can use merit points to get it from them. He then added, in short, merit points are what you can use to settle down in the sanctum, and you can use them to exchange for resources to cultivate. The amount of merit points you have determines how many resources you can enjoy. Upon hearing this, Su Yu understood everything clearly. In fact, merit points were a form of currency. For example, in the mortal world, rich people could enjoy all resources, such as cultivation resources, beautiful women, and people's respect and love. As for the poor, they had to struggle to make ends meet. Su Yu currently had 1,000 merit points, which was considered a large fortune in the Outer Sanctum. But if he just sat there and ate it all, he would soon become a poor man. Then, how can I get merit points? Su Yu asked. Chapter 786. He then added, thus, if you aren't extremely rich, then you shouldn't consider exchanging crystals for them. This is also the Sanctum's way of suppressing this, as it hopes that its disciples can obtain merit points through another method. Su Yu's mind was slightly shaken, as the second method was the most common one. The second way is to accept missions. The mission hall will issue thousands of missions every day, and each mission comes with merit points as a reward. Some of the more powerful ones can simultaneously complete 3 or 4 short-term missions in a day, earning a dozen to dozens of merit points, or even hundreds of merit points. After a month, it won't be difficult to earn more than 1,000 merit points. Then, through cultivation, they can increase their strength and accept higher-level missions to earn even more merit points. This is a virtuous cycle. Su Yu nodded. Accepting missions was the most important way to get merit points. The third method is quite rare, so you can just use it as a reference. The Sanctum buys elixirs, talismans, magical treasures, cultivation techniques, demonic beasts materials, and so on. Their prices are naturally lower than the market price, but their safety is guaranteed. Moreover, they can be directly exchanged for merit points, which is more worthwhile than exchanging crystals for them. He then added, the last method is quite rare. Occasionally, there are disciples who have performed meritorious deeds for the Sanctum, and they are rewarded with a large amount of merit points. But since the Red Blood Palace is peaceful, it's rare for an Outer Sanctum's disciple to perform meritorious deeds. It's fine that you know about it, but you don't need to take it to heart. After all, I've been in the outer sanctum for 100 years, and I've only received such rewards 3 or 5 times. After listening to him, Suyu made a mental note of it. It seemed like he must pay more attention to the method of earning merit points. Soon, they reached the Transcendence Pond. It was a milky, spiritual pond, which had a circumference of several meters. It was filled with milky, spiritual liquid, which emitted an extraordinary spiritual energy. Okay, you should cultivate here peacefully. After you finish cultivating, you must immediately go to the martial training room to consolidate your power. Suyu nodded and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. As he looked at the pond full of spiritual liquid, Suyu's gaze became filled with anticipation as he quickly entered it. As he was engulfed by the gentle spiritual liquid, Suyu's whole body felt extremely comfortable. The powerful spiritual liquid seeped into his body through every single hair and nourished his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Suyu could faintly feel that his body had become slightly stronger. Suyu was delighted. He immediately closed his eyes and revolved his vital energy. The spiritual liquid that had entered his body was quickly transported to every part of his body to temper his physique. 2 hours later, Suyu slowly opened his eyes. An air current was circulating above his head. The spiritual energy that was drifting in the surroundings suddenly gathered above Suyu's head. Hall Master Long, who was cultivating in seclusion, could not help but open his eyes and exclaim, as expected of a monstrous genius who managed to ascend to the 50th floor. After enduring the pressure, his body has been tempered, and now that he has experienced the baptism of the Transcendence Pond, his body has become even stronger. With the benefits piling up, it's only natural for him to make a breakthrough. In the outer sect, the strong became stronger, and the weak became weaker. The more resources a powerhouse obtained, the faster their strength would grow. It was the opposite for the weak. Even Palace Master Long couldn't help but envy Suyu's cultivation. Whoosh! Strong spiritual energy entered Suyu's body and continuously squeezed his dantian, causing the space between them to expand continuously. After an hour, the dantian in Suyu's body had expanded by a whole fold. His liquefied true chi capacity had also doubled. His vital energy reserves were already comparable to a level 4 fairy. Now, even if he didn't use his magical treasures, he could still contend against a level 4 fairy. After Suyu finished cultivating, the milky spiritual liquid in the pond became thinner, which meant that his cultivation had come to an end and that he must leave. After Suyu bid farewell to Palace Master Long, he immediately rushed to the cultivation room to consolidate his power. The guards at the door were all envious of him. In the past, they had all been newcomers, and they had spent 3 years just to gather enough resources to advance to the level 2 fairy realm. Suyu, who had just arrived, managed to advance to the level 2 fairy realm. After Suyu left, 2 people came out of a hidden place outside the Transcendence Palace. One of them was Xiaoli, who was carrying a large bow on her back. Her gaze was ice-cold as she watched Suyu leave. Beside her was a plump, 25-year-old youth who had a youthful face. His gaze was ice-cold as he asked, "Is he Suyu who killed Xiao Lingjian? Didn't you say that he was only a level 1 fairy?" Surprise appeared in Xiao Li's eyes. He was definitely a level 1 fairy during the test. That scoundrel unexpectedly managed to advance to the level 2 fairy realm. Brother Qing Feng, the family master, sent me a message saying that we must obstruct his cultivation before he goes to the ruins. Do you have a way to stop him? Xiaoli asked. Although her face was expressionless, her heart was filled with displeasure. She had entered the Red Blood Palace with great difficulty, and she didn't want to waste her cultivation time and energy on a dead young master. It was the same for Xiao Qingfeng. Neither he nor Xiao Li came from the main bloodline, and they were only willing to obey the Xiao family's orders because they weren't powerful enough to break free from the Xiao family's control. Isn't it easy? We just need to cripple him and injure him for a while, Xiao Qingfeng said. Xiao Li's eyes lit up. Brother Qingfeng, you want to deal with him? If that's the case, then it won't be a problem. With his level 8 fairy realm cultivation, even if Suyu had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still have to bear a grudge against him. Xiao Qingfeng said, No, I'm an old man who joined the faction 3 years ago, and it isn't convenient for me to attack a newcomer in public. So, I will leave this matter to you. Xiao Li was startled. Me? She was inwardly hesitant. She wanted to fight Suyu to see who was stronger, but she was also worried that she wasn't Suyu's match. Don't worry, of course I won't let you go on stage like that, Xiao Qingfeng said as he took a charm from his sleeves. This is a charm carved by one of our family's elders, and it contains an attack of a level 7 fairy. If it's used well, it can injure Suyu heavily. Xiao Li was overjoyed when she sensed the astonishing power contained in the talisman. However, she soon became worried and asked, Brother Qingfeng, he won't be injured too badly, right? After all, he is favored by the 2 young palace masters. If we go too far, I'm afraid it will backfire. Don't worry. Since he was able to make it past the 50th floor, it's clear that his strength is exceptional. There won't be any danger to his life. We're from the same branch, so why would he harm you? Xiao Li hesitated for a moment before she nodded slowly. She then hid the talisman and chased after Suyu. Xiao Qingfeng followed her from afar. As he looked at Xiao Li's back, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Li, I'll have to trouble you to destroy that brat's cultivation this time. I'll accept the reward from the clan. Oh, the martial arts training hall was also heavily guarded. There were fairies guarding it, as well as a hidden divine master overseeing it. There were truly many god lords in the outer sect. After inserting the card, an option appeared on the stone wall. Illusory Fighting Cultivation Room is already full. Open Fighting Cultivation Room. 10 merit points for each use. What is an illusory fighting cultivation room? Suyu was quite curious about it, but since all of the cultivation rooms were already full, he could only choose to open one. As its name implied, it was a cultivation room that was open to the public. Everyone was gathered in a giant hall, and they all looked for a corner to either sit in meditation, cultivate, or spar with each other. Suyu couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw it. There were at least 1,000 people here, and they all occupied every corner of the hall. According to reason, martial artists preferred quiet places, as they didn't like to be disturbed. However, there were many people sitting cross-legged here, meditating. They would rather bear with all the noises in order to cultivate here. It was only when Suyu entered the hall that a wave of spiritual energy, which was 3 times denser than the outside world's, assaulted his nostrils. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 3 days, and this was why many people flocked here like ducks. Moreover, the people who could easily spend 10 merit points to cultivate here were mostly the outer sanctum's old men, and newcomers surely wouldn't be willing to spend so much. Suyu swept the area with his gaze and looked for a spacious place. He then sat down cross-legged and started to circulate his energy to stabilize his cultivation. After he circulated his energy for a full cycle and confirmed that every part of his body had adapted to his new realm, he stopped. However, Suyu didn't stand up. Instead, he was pondering the issue of his current cultivation technique. His main cultivation technique was the heavens sun-gazing at air technique. As for the other cultivation techniques, such as the Buddhist Saints 8 characters, he had already finished cultivating them. He didn't have any cultivation techniques for now, and it seemed like he would have to exchange them for a book. However, he would have to carefully consider which path he should take. In the past, he was proficient in lightning techniques, fire techniques, and ice techniques. Now, in Juzhou, he wondered if he could find any related cultivation techniques. Moreover, the Scarlet Blood Duke belonged to a demonic faction. So shouldn't he cultivate some demonic cultivation techniques? As Suyu pondered this, he got lost in his thoughts. While he was pondering this, a fragrant wind blew toward him. At the same time, a soft handkerchief appeared, which was wiping the sweat from Suyu's forehead. Suyu was startled, and he woke up from his meditation. He didn't even notice that someone was approaching him. This person's concealment technique was really powerful. Moreover, what annoyed Suyu the most was that it was a woman, and she was even wiping his forehead. Suyu was a man, and when a woman offered herself to him, he couldn't help but feel vexed by this shameless woman. When Suyu opened his eyes, he was startled to see that the crowd of cultivators around him had all disappeared. It wasn't just Suyu's surroundings that had disappeared, as the whole training room was empty and silent. It was as if they had all disappeared from the world. This was completely different from the previous noisy scene. What happened? Suyu thought to himself. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at the woman who was wiping his sweat. When he raised his head, Suyu's line of sight was level with the woman's legs. She was wearing a bright red dress, which was quite exquisite. However, what dumbfounded Suyu was that he could faintly see a pair of thighs beneath the dress. This wasn't the main point, as the main point was that her thighs were covered with black hair. That's right, they were hair. They were densely packed, and they were even thicker than a middle-aged man's hair. Suyu sweated inwardly. Where did this woman come from? Suyu's gaze continued to move upwards, and he saw a water tank waist. Suyu swore that the description wasn't wrong. That was a water tank waist, a waist that was coarser than a cow's. As he continued to move upwards, he saw a pair of breasts that were as large as basketball balls. Yes, they were as large as basketball balls. What made Suyu even more dumbfounded was that he could clearly see that the large breasts were, in fact, 2 rocks. Yes, rocks. Puff! Suyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Without a doubt, this was a man disguised as a woman. Actually, what irritated Suyu the most was that even if he wanted to disguise himself, he should at least be professional. What's with the thick hairy legs? Can you tighten your water tank waist? Can you hide the rock breasts a little tighter? I've been seen by someone. At this moment, a creepy, flirtatious voice drifted into his ears. Chapter 787. Suyu's whole body shuddered, and his hair stood on end as goosebumps appeared all over his body. Without another word, Suyu rolled on the ground. It was only after he had rolled 30 feet away that he stood up and looked back at the person behind him. Suyu felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at him. He saw a stout and fat man who was wearing a bright-colored long dress. How could such a thin dress accommodate his muscular body? It was almost torn apart. Looking at him, his beautiful dress was extremely full, and his fat body was clearly outlined. At this moment, the fat man's legs were crossed, and his left hand was holding a snow-white handkerchief. His face was half covered, and his eyes were blinking as he looked at Suyu. His seductive posture made Suyu shudder, and he got goosebumps all over his body. Human. Transvestite. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. There were actually transvestites in this world. The fat man's face became bashful, and he used a handkerchief to cover his face, revealing only his eyes. He then said, "You're so annoying. It turns out that you already know my name." Suyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had lived 2 lives, and this was the first time he had encountered a transvestite. The fat man looked at Suyu, and his eyes were filled with affection. He lowered his waist slightly and saluted Suyu like a virtuous woman. "Young master, I'm Renyao." "Greetings." When he raised his head, Suyu was nowhere to be seen. All he could see was Suyu's back, which seemed to have grown wings as he quickly fled the hall. The fat man looked at Suyu's back with an infatuated look. He then said shyly, "Oh, you're still so handsome even when you're fleeing. I really like you." Hearing this, Suyu, who was running away, staggered and almost crawled out of the training hall. Only an all-creation old monster could put Suyu in such a difficult position. When he reached the outside of the hall, Su Yu's heart was still thumping wildly and his face was pale. It was too terrifying. When Su Yu looked around, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. There were more than 1,000 disciples standing outside the hall, all of whom had just been cultivating. When they discovered that the transvestite had come, they had all run away, leaving Su Yu behind. They hadn't even informed him, and Su Yu had almost been killed by the transvestite. "My dear friend, are you still alive?" A cultivator who was Su Yu's neighbor just now stepped forward with an honest look on his face. He was a little embarrassed that he hadn't reminded Su Yu before he left. Su Yu's face darkened, and he pointed at himself. "Which eye of yours saw me die? My dear brother, you can't blame me. When that demon came, it immediately chose you and threatened me not to wake you up. Otherwise—" The other party's face was bitter. "Demons?" Su Yu was startled. "What demon?" But before he could ask, a coquettish voice came from inside the hall. "Young master, wait for me. Wait. Ahem, we will admire the moon tonight. I will prepare wine and dishes for you to enjoy the night together." Walala! The spectating outer disciples scattered like birds and beasts, as if a fiendish beast had really arrived. They scrambled to escape for their lives. Su Yu's whole body shivered. How could he dare to hesitate? He blended into the crowd and fled. After the time it took to brew half a cup of tea, they finally reached a deserted area. The transvestite did not chase after them. Su Yu wiped the sweat off his face. Even now, when he recalled the transvestite's appearance, his heart still shuddered. It's not your fault that you are a transvestite, but you still dare to pretend to be one in such a state. After he calmed himself down, Su Yu looked around and said, "It's time to go back. There's still a lady waiting for me in the house." Su Yu's head ached when he thought of Zixian, but he didn't regret keeping her by his side. As he had said before, he could grasp Zixian's position and understand her situation at any time. Otherwise, if he let her come and go as she pleased, she would appear near him at any moment. If he was exposed at that time, wouldn't he be doomed? After he looked around, Su Yu walked toward the mansion. But after he had just taken a few steps, he felt a chill on his back. Su Yu's heart shuddered. He tapped the ground with his right foot and somersaulted in the air. Right at this moment, a silver arrow silently brushed past his chest. Swoosh! Su Yu landed on the roof and looked behind him coldly. There was a woman standing upright on the roof. She had a cold look on her face, and she was holding a longbow in her hand. Sizzle! Su Yu loosened his fingers, and another silver arrow flew toward him. Humph! A silver light flickered in Su Yu's palm as a silver bow appeared. It was the world dragon-shaking bow. He quickly condensed a vital energy arrow, which he was about to shoot. Puff! As it collided with his opponent's silver arrow, several sparks appeared in the air. The vital energy arrow wasn't as good as a real arrow, so it was penetrated on the spot. However, the silver arrow's power was much weaker, so Su Yu easily dodged it. Xiao Li's pupils contracted as she asked, "Are you also proficient in archery?" Shock welled up in her heart. In an ordinary person's eyes, it seemed like a person's cultivation level was high and their senses were sharp. Thus, they could easily become proficient in archery. However, this wasn't the case. Although eyesight was important, one's control over one's power, as well as one's judgment of the enemy's movements, were all things that could only be grasped through practice. Judging from how Su Yu had managed to hit the tip of her silver arrow, it was obvious that he was also proficient in archery. If his arrow wasn't just a divine artifact, and it wasn't a real arrow, she wouldn't have been at a disadvantage. Su Yu's gaze was ice cold. "You still want to kill me after coming to the sanctum? You are really loyal to the Xiao family." Xiao Li was expressionless. "Who said that I want to kill you? I just want to fight against you." He was the first in this test, while she was the strongest among the challengers. Yet they had never fought against each other. "Fight against me? I'm not interested." Su Yu put down his silver bow, as he didn't have any interest in such a meaningless competition. Xiao Li replied coldly, "I'm afraid that it's not up to you to decide. I passed the carp leaping over dragon gates, 25th layer, and got a fish dragon badge, which gives me a special privilege. I can challenge any opponent I want, and the challenged person mustn't refuse. Otherwise, 200 merit points will be deducted. I don't have as many privileges as you do, so I can only use it once every 6 months. But now you have no choice but to accept it." Su Yu furrowed his brows. He was in urgent need of merit points, so he couldn't afford to lose them. Su Yu turned around and asked calmly, "Are you ready?" Xiao Li's expression became tense, and she pulled her bow and shot a silver arrow at him. Su Yu shot another arrow backward to reduce the silver arrow's threat. At the same time, his body flickered as he charged toward Xiao Li. He would surely use close-range attacks to deal with someone who was proficient in long-range attacks. However, Xiao Li was aware of her own weaknesses, and after she detected Su Yu's intentions, she retreated at a high speed while shooting arrows unceasingly. In comparison, Su Yu's vital energy was weaker than his opponent's by a notch, and his speed was incomparable to hers. Moreover, she was a nimble archer who had deliberately cultivated her movement techniques. Hence, not only was she unable to close the distance between them, but she was also able to escape even further. Su Yu could rely on his archery techniques to contend against her for a short while, but his archery techniques relied entirely on his vital energy to condense arrows, so his consumption was greater than Xiao Li's. If this continued for a long time, Su Yu's vital energy would be exhausted, and he would surely be defeated. Although Xiao Li didn't say it explicitly, it was likely that the loser would be punished. Su Yu's eyes were burning with a raging flame that could not be seen by the naked eye. The white-eyed fire-glass frog soul flame was not fatal to a grade 5 fairy, but it could still affect him. "Ah!" Xiao Li cried out in pain. Her expression changed slightly as she asked, "Are you proficient in soul attacks?" Su Yu replied calmly, "What do you think?" After saying those words, he launched another soul attack. Xiao Li cried out in pain, and the real qi in her body froze for a short period of time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yu continued to move closer, shortening the distance between them. Although Xiao Li was startled, she couldn't do anything about it, so she could only endure it. After 3 times, Su Yu finally managed to get within 3 meters of her, and her bow and arrow were now useless. Xiao Li wasn't willing to admit defeat, so she clenched her teeth and said, "It's not over yet." Jade Dragon Fist. Xiao Li clenched her fist and attacked Su Yu's chest. The golden internal energy channel in Su Yu's arms flickered, while a great power surged within his veins. "Ah!" As Xiao Li groaned in pain, she was sent flying away. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, while her face was filled with shock. Su Yu was unexpectedly superior to her just by relying on his physical power alone. She didn't know that before Su Yu had advanced to the grade 2 fairy realm, he had relied on his physical power alone to possess a power of 4 elephants and a half. Now that he had made a breakthrough, his power reached 5 elephants, and coupled with his first dragon body, he could reach 6 elephants' power. Su Yu took advantage of this opportunity to attack her, and as he struck her with his palms, Xiao Li spouted a mouthful of blood. In the end, she was sent flying into the weeds. Her blue robe was torn to shreds, and her chest was dyed with blood. She was in a sorry state. As she lay in the weeds, it seemed like she couldn't even budge an inch, and her chest was heaving up and down. "It's my loss, so I won't cause trouble for you regarding the Xiao family's matters in the future." Xiao Li was willing to accept her defeat. Although she was a member of the Xiao family, she didn't have any familial ties with the main family. Since she had been defeated by Su Yu, she believed that Xiao Yueming wouldn't blame her too much. As for the charm, she didn't plan to use it too much. She wasn't stupid, and if she ended up injuring Su Yu, then the one who would be punished would be her, not Xiao Qingfeng. When Xiao Qingfeng refused to attack her personally and gave her the charm, she had become wary of him. After Su Yu mulled it over for a moment, he decided that he didn't want to kill her. After all, this was the sanctum, not the outside world. Just remember what you said, Su Yu said. He then turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and turned his head around to take a look. He saw that Xiao Li's spatial ring was flickering, while cracks were quickly spreading. Awful. The spatial ring is about to explode. Su Yu turned around and fled without giving this matter a second thought. Xiao Li also detected that the situation was anything but reassuring, and her expression became grave. She took off the ring and was about to throw it away. When Xiao Li saw Su Yu out of the corner of her eye, she started thinking, if I throw it at him now, I will surely be able to injure him and kill him. Xiao Li hesitated for a moment before she clenched her teeth and threw the ring in the opposite direction of Su Yu. However, she was still too late, and when the ring was just 3 meters away from her, it exploded, while a terrifying power surged out of the charm. It wasn't just a level 7 fairy's power, but a level 8 fairy's power. In an instant, Xiao Li was engulfed by the explosion, and as she screamed miserably, a small part of her body was blasted apart. Her left shoulder blade was almost completely gone, and what was left of her was just a bloody mess. Only her head was still intact, so she didn't die. Chapter 788. Su Yu's gaze became ice cold as he flew over to stop Xiao Li's bleeding. He then asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Xiao Li, who was on the verge of death, pointed in a southwest direction. Su Yu flew over, only to see a blue afterimage disappear without a trace. Even his aura was hidden. Did someone try to assassinate me? Su Yu's mind raced. It was obvious that that person wanted to kill me, and Xiao Li was just a sacrificial lamb. Swoosh! Such a great disturbance alarmed several divine masters, and they came over. Among them were 3 stern-looking men who wore black robes. The other divine masters were afraid of them. It was the law enforcement hall. They were usually the ones who dealt with such urgent matters. Were you at the scene? What happened? Tell me the details, the leading law enforcer asked Su Yu, while instructing the other 2 people to collect items at the scene. Su Yu told them about the fight between the 2 of them, as well as the explosion of the spatial ring. At this moment, the 2 law enforcers collected some damaged items, including a damaged charm. An 8th grade offensive charm? Moreover, it was set up by someone in advance, so it can be detonated remotely and used to attack the charm. The law enforcer squinted his eyes and noticed something. He then looked at Su Yu and seemed to have understood something. He then said, "You should be careful in the future. Although the Red Blood Palace can eliminate most sinister methods, it can't guarantee your safety." Su Yu nodded, then looked at the heavily injured Xiao Li and asked, "How is she?" The law enforcer shook his head and said, "Her injuries are too grave, and she has lost 1/3 of her body. Ordinary spirit pills won't have any effect on her. If she had merit points, she could have exchanged them for a 4th grade spirit pill, the Blood-Bone Spirit Fusion pill. But she's a newcomer, so she doesn't have any merit points. So we can only inform her family and take her back for treatment." Such a cold and heartless rule was really disappointing. A dying disciple had to be returned to her family because she didn't have enough merit points. This made Su Yu realize the importance of merit points once again. How many merit points does a blood-bone spirit fusion pill cost? Su Yu asked. The law enforcer looked at Su Yu in surprise and said, "It costs 10,000 merit points for one. Moreover, the sanctum stock is quite small, so if you're lucky, you might be able to get one." This was a mid-grade spirit pill, and it wasn't even a low-grade spirit pill that Su Yu had seen before. Moreover, it could be used to save one's life. Many people worked hard for a whole year just to get a blood-bone spirit fusion pill. 10,000? Su Yu was startled by this, as he only had 1,000 merit points. No need. I only have myself to blame." Xiao Li spoke with great difficulty. then used her remaining left hand to pull at Su Yu's trousers. Her voice was quite weak, and it seemed like she was dying. You should act according to your own capabilities, and it would be better for you to hand her over to the Xiao family. This matter isn't related to you. The law enforcer took a deep look at Su Yu, then waved his hand and ordered someone to carry her away. Indeed, Xiao Li's life and death had nothing to do with him. However, when the ring exploded, he clearly saw that Xiao Li could have easily thrown the ring at him. But in the end, she changed direction. Because of that moment of hesitation, she suffered such a heavy injury. Su Yu had always strived for a clear conscience and an open mind. This woman's severe injuries were related to him, so it was difficult for Su Yu to leave her in the lurch. However, where could he find 10,000 merit points? It was his first time here, and he didn't know anyone. Hee, junior brother Su, are you worried about your contribution points? A young man with shifty eyes walked over with a smile. Su Yu frowned. Do we know each other? The ruffian said. Of course, junior brother Su doesn't know me, but who in the outer court doesn't know of junior brother Su's reputation? Allow me to introduce myself. I am senior brother Qin Zilong, also known as Ruffian Long. In the outer sect, I am famous for being benevolent and charitable. I specialize in helping others solve their problems. If junior brother is lacking in contribution points, senior brother can help you out, Ruffian Long said. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he asked, I want 10,000 merit points. So how can you help me? Senior brother, you can lend junior brother Su 10,000 merit points. Naturally, good people should be rewarded. When junior brother Su returns it to me, it will be more than 10,000 merit points. Ruffian Dragon shrugged. Su Yu sneered. If you want to borrow money at a high interest rate, just say it. Why are you being so secretive? How much is the interest? Tell me. From this person's tone, Su Yu deduced that he might be offering a high interest rate. As expected, Ruffian Long didn't get angry at all. He chuckled and said, Junior brother is really a straightforward person. As for the interest, let's calculate it at 3% per month. Every month, you will repay 3,000 merit points until the principal is repaid. Su Yu looked Ruffian Long up and down, then sneered coldly and said, 3% monthly breath? You're really evil. Su Yu extended a finger and said firmly, 1 minute per month. Moreover, you have to help me find someone who is willing to sell me the blood-bone spirit fusion elixir. Otherwise, there is no need to talk. You're definitely not the only one in the sect who's raising interest. Ruffian Long's face stiffened, and he said in a deep voice, Junior brother, we don't have such a rule. Furthermore, we have to help you find the seller of the medicinal pellet. What right do you think you have? Su Yu calmly said, based on the fact that I am number 1 in the Outer Sanctum exam. If Su Yu was just an ordinary disciple, would Ruffian Long take the initiative to lend him such a large amount of merit points? When a lender was considering a loan, he would first consider the other party's ability to repay the loan. As for Su Yu, he was someone who had ascended to the 50th layer of the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate and was highly valued by the 2 lesser palace masters. He was a genius with limitless potential, so he would surely have great achievements in the future. Upon hearing this, Ruffian Long struggled for a while, as Su Yu had really pointed out the crux of the matter. Even if he didn't accept this deal, the other borrowers would still fight over it. Even if the interest rate was lower, it was stable, and the return was very considerable. Ruffian Long muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment before he clenched his teeth and said, Fine deal! As he looked at Su Yu, Ruffian Long spoke gloomily, I never accepted such a deal. Junior brother, you are really great. Su Yu replied, It's not that I'm great. It's just that I didn't take advantage of others. It was obvious that Ruffian Long wanted to take advantage of Su Yu, and Su Yu had only tried to bargain with him out of instinct. Fine, let's make a heart oath ancient scroll, and our deal will be considered complete. Ruffian Long took out an ancient scroll. Su Yu and Ruffian Long swore that Su Yu would pay him 10% of the principal's interest every month, until he paid him back all of the principal's interest. As for the blood-bone spirit fusion pills, they are sold here, and they are sold at a higher price than the market price, which is 11,000 pills, Ruffian Long said. Junior brother, the elixir hall doesn't necessarily have any blood-bone spirit fusion pills, so you must consider it carefully. Su Yu replied without giving this matter a second thought. Then I will lend you another 1,000 merit points. But since this is the case, let's make another deal. Ruffian Long's eyes lit up as he said, Fine, junior brother, please state it. I need 2 low-grade spirit elixirs recipes, as well as 10 sets of related ingredients. I will get them from you and convert them into merit points. You can consider it as me borrowing them, Su Yu said. He knew that his merit points would be used up in the future, so he would have to find a way to earn them. Su Yu knew a bit about alchemy techniques, and the elixirs he made could be sold to the sanctum in exchange for merit points. Ruffian Long rolled his eyes and asked, Junior brother, do you know how to make elixirs? When the people in the vicinity heard this, they were all startled. Alchemists were rare existences. First of all, one needed an innately powerful soul power. Then, one needed an alchemist's inheritance. The latter was easy to obtain, but the first 2 were the most difficult. They could only be found by chance, and they could almost extinguish an ordinary person's dream of becoming an alchemist. Su Yu replied calmly, I'm just a friend who knows alchemists. Ruffian Long was skeptical. Fine, we can make this deal. I will go back and look for elixir recipes. Then we can discuss the price. Su Yu nodded. After that, Su Yu got a blood-bone spirit fusion pill from Ruffian Long, then left. This newcomer junior brother Su is really overconfident, as he dared to take a loan from a local tyrant like Ruffian Long. He really is like a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. I'm afraid that junior brother Su wants to rely on the sanctum's attention and repudiate this loan. If that's really the case, then I'm afraid that junior brother Su has miscalculated. That's right. A lender like Ruffian Long is able to live safely in the sanctum, and many elders, as well as even the palace masters, turn a blind eye to it. So, how could there be nothing fishy about it? All of them have deep connections in the inner sanctum, and the outer sanctum's disciples don't have the right to repudiate their debts. Junior brother Su, you will be in deep trouble in the future. Su Yu was aware of this matter more than anyone else. In his previous life, he was a businessman, and he knew everything from commercial banks to underground money houses. Su Yu was well aware of how risky it was to borrow money at a high interest rate. This was why he must come up with a way to pay off his debt as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would become a bottomless pit. When Su Yu rushed to the law enforcement hall, he learned that the Shao family's people had already come over and were carrying the heavily injured Shao Li away. Su Yu immediately chased after them, and he saw 2 of the Shao family's surviving juniors carrying Shao Li away from the sanctum. However, they weren't taking them to the Shao family's residence, but to the fairy confining forest. Although Shao Li couldn't move, she still felt that something was amiss. Where are you taking me? I want to see the family master. The 2 juniors didn't utter a single word, and they just took her into the depths of the dark forest. You want to harm me? Shao Li was startled and angered. The beast tide was still in the forest, and her whole body was covered in blood. Her blood would attract demonic beasts, and she would surely end up as their food. Just thinking about it made Shao Li shudder. Harm me? You are overthinking it, as this is the family master's idea. A pitiful look appeared on one of the juniors' faces. Sister Li, don't blame us, as this is the family master's idea. You know too much, and you are now heavily injured. So, rather than sacrificing a precious middle-grade elixir, it would be better for us to just send you on your way. After all, you have already lost your value. These are the family master's original words, and you should know whether they are true or not. He then added, originally, according to the family master's idea, we should have killed you personally. But since you once gave me pointers, we will let you perish on your own. The other juniors said coldly, why are you wasting your breath on her? She's just a lowly person from a branch family. She only has a slightly better cultivation talent, yet she still wants to become a loyal subordinate of the family? What a joke! Let's leave. The two juniors flew away, leaving behind the motionless Xiao Li, who was lying in the boundless forest. Her eyes were moist and filled with hatred. Chapter 789. Grief, indignation, and desolation turned into teardrops that rolled down her face. They dripped onto her wounds, causing her to scream in pain and her entire body to tremble. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew and landed beside him. A powerful aura enveloped Xiaoli, causing her to feel despair. The demonic beasts were here. It seems like there's still time. Unexpectedly, a gentle voice resounded in the surroundings. Opening her eyes, Xiaoli was startled. Su Yuxian, it's you. What are you doing? Su Yu squatted down, took out the blood-bone spirit fusion pill from his pocket, and put it into her mouth. He then sighed and said, I can only do this much. After he finished speaking, he silently stood to the side and released his aura, scaring away the ferocious demonic beasts that were attracted over. Xiao Li didn't understand what was going on. She only felt a wave of pure energy entering her body. Then, the half of her body that she had lost was rapidly recovering. Half an hour later, Xiao Li's body had completely recovered, leaving no trace behind. She was pleasantly surprised, and as she looked at Suyu, she was filled with gratitude and emotion. Desolation and bitterness appeared on his face. The one who wants to kill me is the clan that follows my lead, and the one who saved me is the one I want to kill. What a great irony! Suyu glanced at her and said, Take care of yourself. I'll bid you farewell here. Wait. Xiao Li stopped Suyu and said, I have proof that the Xiao family killed many of our family's disciples in order to drive away the beast tide. Suyu didn't turn around. He just shook his head and said, So what? Don't you want to take revenge on the Xiao family? Xiao Li asked curiously. Suyu revealed a faint smile. If the Xiao family can be erased from the world, then it will save me a lot of trouble. If it's possible, then I wouldn't mind doing it in passing. But do you really think that such a matter will be enough to consign the Xiao family to eternal damnation? I don't believe that the Red Blood Palace can't find out who's behind the beast tide. Every time there was a change in power outside of the 18 sects, there would be turmoil. In a turbulent region, industries would become unstable, and the offerings offered to the Red Blood Palace would also decrease. What reason did the Red Blood Palace have to affect the income of the greatest family outside of the 18 great factions, just because of a few dead outsiders? It was obvious that even if the Red Blood Palace was aware that it was the Xiao family, they would still feign ignorance. Xiao Li lowered her head bitterly and said, You're really thoughtful. I really can't do anything to the Xiao family. Suyu nodded. Since there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Wait, there are 2 things I want to tell you and 1 thing I want to ask you. Xiao Li shouted again. Suyu turned his head. Speak. Xiao Li looked at Suyu and said, The first thing you must do is to hand over the talisman to me and detonate it. The person who tried to kill you is called Xiao Qingfeng, and he's a level 8 fairy realm outer sanctum disciple. He's quite powerful and is ranked 10th in the sanctum. You need to be careful of him in the future. Xiao Qingfeng? Su Yu's gaze turned slightly cold, and he committed this name to memory. As for the second matter, in a month's time, as the person who obtained first place in the external recruitment exam, you'll have to head to the Elegant Spirit Mountain to carry out the Wasteland Reclamation Mission. There, Xiao Yueming will launch a fatal attack on you. He has already set up a fatal trap and is waiting for you there. You must remember to reject this mission and avoid going forward. Before you have the strength to protect yourself, please try not to leave the outer sect. Su Yu furrowed his brows. The elegant Spirit Mountain? Trap? What kind of trap? Shaoli shook her head. I don't know. I only know that the elegant Spirit Mountain is an extremely important region for the Red Blood Palace, and many of the sanctum's important spiritual herbs are planted there. It's also guarded by inner sanctum elders, and it's heavily guarded. As for the trap, Xiao Yueming didn't tell me about it. But since Xiao Yueming has a complicated relationship with the sanctum, since he's confident that he can kill you, he must have already considered all possibilities. So if you go there, you will surely die. Su Yu cupped his fists at her and said, Many thanks for telling me about it. But you still have another matter to ask me. What is it? Xiao Li bit her lip and asked, I want to ask you why you saved me. As for where Su Yu had gotten the blood-bone spirit fusion pill, she could investigate it herself. But she still needed Su Yu to answer her in person. Su Yu looked at her and shrugged his shoulders. Who knows? Maybe you still have your true nature. Or maybe I'm just too soft-hearted. As he spoke, Su Yu stamped his feet on the ground and flew into the sky. As he looked at the time, Su Yu cursed inwardly. He had promised Zixian that he would come back in half a day, and now almost half a day had passed. Who knew what kind of outrageous things this adorable, all-creation goddess would do? Su Yu became anxious, so he quickly started looking for a residence. But as he was being chased by humans and demons, he ended up getting lost while delivering the pill to Shaoli. It was at this moment that he heard the sound of people talking and laughing. It was Shangguan Yunk and a few of his drinking buddies who had just returned drunk. Brother Yunk, thank you for vouching for us. We are really grateful. The 3 level 2 fairy youths were all drunk, and they were all flattering Shangguan Yunk. Shangguan Yunk waved his hand at them and laughed heartily. It's just a trivial matter, as it's just 1,000 merit points. It doesn't matter if you don't want to pay it back, as I will pay it back for you. After all, we are brothers. Su Yu furrowed his brows when he heard this. It seemed like Shangguan Yunk had used his own name to vouch for the 3 of them, and he had borrowed 1,000 merit points from a lender for them. If the 3 of them ran away, then Shangguan Yunk would have to pay it back himself. However, Shangguan Yunk's family was quite rich, and even if they really tried to harm him, it wouldn't affect him much. Well, Brother Su, when Shangguan Yunk noticed the confused Su Yu, he became spirited. He shook off the smell of alcohol, then bid farewell to the 3 youths and quickly rushed over. Haha, I ran into you so quickly. Let's go and have a drink. I'll treat you. Su Yu glanced at the 3 youths and sighed. Brother Yunk, I'm just an outsider, so I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Shangguan Yunk replied solemnly, Brother Su, please speak. Friends are also divided into different grades. If you are a friend who has gone through thick and thin with me, you can help me if you are in trouble. But if you are just a friend who has gone through thick and thin with me, then I hope that you can be more careful, Su Yu said sincerely. Although Shangguan Yunk was born in a rich and powerful family, he was still able to listen to good advice, so he replied embarrassedly, I couldn't let go of my pride just now, so I won't do it again. Brother Su, I appreciate your good intentions. Let's go and have a drink. We won't go back until we are drunk. Shangguan Yunk was quite excited. Su Yu chuckled bitterly. I must quickly go back to my residence. I'm lost now and I'm looking for a guide. Since you are familiar with the outer sanctum, can you help me? Shangguan Yunk laughed heartily when he heard him. Even the exams champion can get lost? Haha, fine, I'll lead the way for you. And I'll also take a look at your residence. By the way, where is it? He laughed heartily as he asked Su Yu. Su Yu mulled it over for a moment, then replied, It's in the Demon Mountain. But its name seems quite strange. Are all demonic paths' names so strange? Brother Shangguan, what's wrong with you? Su Yu suddenly noticed that Shangguan Yunk had stopped in his tracks, while the laughter on his face froze. Shangguan Yunk turned his head around with great difficulty and sized up Su Yu. His eyes were filled with fright as he asked, "Is your residence really in the Demon Mountain? Did I hear it correctly?" Suyu nodded. "That's right. Palace Mistress Kongchan and Elder Li told me about it, so the name is correct. Is there any problem with it?" Hiss! Shangguanyang sucked in a breath of cold air, while shock appeared on his face. "Brother Su, take care of yourself. I can't accompany you there." Shangguanyang stood still and didn't dare to take another step forward. Su Yu's heart thumped, and he wondered, "Is there something wrong? Brother Shangguan, can you explain it clearly?" Su Yu asked. Shangguanyang sucked in a breath of cold air and forced himself to calm down. He then looked at Su Yu and said in a deep voice, "Brother Su, take care of yourself. Although I don't understand why your residence is in the Demon Mountain, I can only pray for you. Good people are blessed by heaven, so you must take care of yourself." Su Yu was confused by his words. "Explain it clearly." Shangguanyang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and surveyed his surroundings. He then lowered his voice and said, "The Demon Mountain is the territory of the Outer Sanctum's 4 great demons. Each of them is an existence that can make even the Inner Sanctum's elites tremble in fear. They aren't just powerful, but they also have strange temperaments. They wreak havoc in the Outer Sanctum, and even the 3 palace mistresses can't deal with them. They're really lawless." He then added, "In the Outer Sanctum, they're the only ones who dare to provoke others. Even if they are beaten to death, no one dares to cause trouble for them, let alone denounce them. The Law Enforcement Hall also chooses to ignore them. Hence, unless one wants to die, no one dares to provoke them. No, even if one wants to die, he wouldn't want to die at the hands of the 4 great demons, as dying at their hands would be extremely terrifying. It is said that there was a person who sought death, and he went to cause trouble for the demons in order to die. However, after he was captured by the demons for a night, he crawled back and didn't dare to die again. This is because the demons made him suffer a life worse than death." He then added, "A person who sought death was so scared that he didn't dare to die. I don't need to explain how terrifying the demons are." Su Yu shuddered upon hearing this. He couldn't believe that there were such cruel people in the Outer Sanctum. The Red Blood Palace really deserved to be called a demonic path, as they all had violent and cruel temperaments. Then, who are the 4 great demons? Su Yu continued to ask. His face darkened as he wondered, "Why did I have to arrange for my mansion to be among these ferocious demons?" Su Yu asked in a deep voice, "May I ask who the 4 great demons are?" Shangguanyang replied solemnly, "The 4 great demons are the Eastern Heretic, the Western Poison, the Southern Monster, and the Northern Ice. Among them, the Eastern Heretic is ranked last, the Southern Monster is 3rd, the Northern Ice is 2nd, and the Western Poison is the leader. Each of them is more terrifying than the last." Eastern Heretic, Western Poison, Northern Ice, and the Southern Monster? The corners of Su Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He couldn't help but think of a novel. The Eastern Heretic, the Western Poison, the Northern Beggar, and the Southern Emperor were all peerless overlords. Could it be that the 4 Outer Sanctum people were also like them? Are they really so terrifying? Are they even stronger than the Inner Sanctum's elites? Su Yu asked in a deep voice. Shangguanyang nodded. "That's right. There aren't many people in the Inner Sanctum who dare to provoke them. This is because the 4 great demons are all monstrous existences who can skip the Outer Sanctum and enter the Inner Sanctum. In the past few years, they have already broken through the fairy realm, but they are suppressing their cultivations and staying in the Outer Sanctum." Su Yu asked curiously, "Why? The Inner Sanctum's cultivation environment is obviously better, so why are they still attached to the Outer Sanctum?" Shangguanyang's mouth twitched. "It's rumored that it's because of an ancient, secret realm's trial opportunity. I don't know the details, but they are all terrifying existences that the Outer Sanctum can't afford to provoke. This is the Outer Sanctum's map. You should keep it well, as I can only do this much for you." Shangguanyang gave Su Yu a map. "Brother Su, Since we have already discussed this much, we should bid farewell here. You should take care of yourself, as I will come to the Demon Mountain tomorrow. If you are still alive, you can call for me to carry you out." After Shangguan spoke, he broke into a run. Su Yu was startled by his words. "Wait, what do you mean by carrying me out?" "Hey, I have already finished talking." Chapter 790. Half an hour later, Su Yu rushed to the Demon Mountain. It was nighttime and it was pitch black. Only a faint candlelight could be seen flowing out of the disciples' mansions. In the pitch-black night, the Demon Mountain shone brilliantly like a lighthouse, illuminating the earth. The Demon Mountain was only 500 feet high, and it was an inconspicuous hill. But it was covered with all kinds of glowing spiritual stones, such as dreamy purple, deep blue, sky jade, and so on. All of them reflected a beautiful brilliance, intertwining with each other. Su Yu was startled as he looked at the magnificent, bright, and gorgeous Demon Mountain in front of him. It was completely different from the gloomy and terrifying Demon Mountain that he had imagined. Rather than calling it the Demon Mountain, it would be better to call it the Fairy Mountain. Su Yu was puzzled. Could it be that the 4 great murderers lived here? Su Yu was about to ascend the mountain. Suddenly, a 10-year-old girl hopped down from the mountain. She was wearing a purple-black dress, which was wrinkled and fluffy. She looked very playful and lively. A light golden belt was tied around her waist, which outlined her slender waist. She had a flat chest and a small body, which perfectly portrayed her age. When Su Yu raised his head, he saw that the girl was extremely beautiful. Her black hair was coiled behind her back, and her temples were tied into 2 strands, which hung down in front of her chest. She had an oval face, and her skin was as fair as the snow in spring. Under the brilliance of the jewels, it reflected a hazy radiance. A pair of purple eyes that looked like gems flickered under her curled eyelashes, looking extremely spirited. Looking at Su Yu, the girl was startled like a fawn, and she stopped halfway up the mountain. She curiously looked at Su Yu, and with a finger at the corner of her mouth, she asked softly, "Grandpa, who are you looking for?" Her voice was soft and tender, like the chirping of a young bird. Her demeanor was delicately lovely and lovable. Su Yu's eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl! She would surely grow up to be an outstanding beauty. "Little girl, do you live in the Demon Mountain?" Su Yu was surprised. "Is she a demon's maid?" The little girl nodded, and her gem-like purple eyes blinked. "Yes, Grandpa. Do you need my help?" What a kind little girl. Su Yu nodded, then walked over with a smile. "I'm not looking for anyone. I just moved here. The central residence is my residence." The Demon Mountain had a total of 5 mansions, one in the east, one in the west, and one in the middle. The 4 great fiendish demons occupied the north, south, east, and west. Only the central mansion was uninhabited. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she said happily, "So you are the new grandpa. I'll lead the way for you." Su Yu revealed a faint smile as he thought to himself, even though the 4 demons are ferocious, their maids aren't necessarily the same. Under the guidance of the little girl, Su Yu entered the belly of the mountain through the cave that had been excavated on the mountainside. 4 mansions were built along the mountain. Only the central mansion stood alone in the middle of the mountain. The mansion occupied an area of 300 feet and was very exquisite. The courtyard's environment was quiet and beautiful, and it was very suitable for Su Yu. "Grandpa, I'll send you to the door. Goodbye." The little girl smiled sweetly, revealing 2 brilliant dimples. Su Yu waved his hand. "Goodbye." After he spoke, Su Yu took out his identity badge and inserted it into the groove on the stone wall. Ding! With a soft sound, the giant iron gate opened with a creak, and Su Yu stepped into the yard. Su Yu was very satisfied with the comfortable environment. However, Su Yu didn't forget that Zishuan had already arrived in advance. She had said that she would wait for half a day, but it had already been a whole day. He wondered whether she would be angry or not. Su Yu looked around nervously. The yard wasn't big, and there was only a bamboo hut inside. He believed that she was inside. Su Yu walked forward and was about to knock on the door. However, his ears suddenly twitched as he heard the sound of water coming from inside. Su Yu's footsteps came to an abrupt stop. Is she taking a bath? Su Yu shook his head and turned around. His heart was calm as he sat alone on a stone bench in the yard and waited silently. Creak! All of a sudden, a small gap was opened, and a vague woman's voice could be heard from within. I'm done bathing. Come in and sleep. Su Yu was startled, and he felt ashamed in his heart. Does this silly, all creation being understand the difference between men and women? However, Su Yu, who had a guilty conscience, noticed that Zishuan wasn't angry at him for returning late. So he didn't dare to question her further, so he could only enter the house. The house was dark, and he could faintly see a woman's silhouette who was sleeping in her clothes. Su Yu didn't dare to disturb her, nor did he use his soul eyes to examine her. After all, she was most likely disheveled. After he looked around, Su Yu sat cross-legged in a corner and started meditating. Wuxia, why aren't you coming over? You usually don't cultivate, so why are you so serious now? The woman turned around, opened her eyes, and looked at Su Yu, who was sitting cross-legged. The woman looked at the sky and said, Hurry up and sleep. If Su Yu comes, the maid on guard will inform us in advance. As she spoke, the woman waved her hand, but Su Yu still didn't move. The woman was slightly surprised, so she stood up. The thin bedding draped over her shoulders slid down silently, revealing her perfect body in the darkness. As she approached Su Yu, the woman's pupils contracted, and she cried out in alarm, You aren't Wuxia! Who are you? Su Yu had already realized that this woman wasn't Zishuan, and he also realized that she was plotting something. That cute and kind-hearted little girl was unexpectedly the maid who had been watching him. The woman in front of him and the woman named Wuxia had stayed in his mansion on purpose. Su Yu's heart shuddered as he thought about the four demons' ferocity. Could this woman have been instructed by the four demons to slander me for peeping on my maid? Could she have taken this opportunity to kill or injure me? As he thought of this, Su Yu's anger welled up in his heart. Since they were heartless, they shouldn't blame Su Yu for being unjust. Just as the woman cried out in alarm, Su Yu thrust his fists forward like a cheetah, ready to pounce. One of them was prepared, while the other one cried out in alarm. The result was obvious. With a painful groan, the woman was sent flying, and she crashed against the wall of the cottage. The cottage's material was excellent, and it didn't even budge after such an impact. The woman was severely injured, and she spouted a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with the image of an old man who was approaching her. Then her head tilted to one side and she fainted. Su Yu's face was indifferent, and with a wave of his hand, the bedding fell on her naked body. Although the fight had been short, it had caused a great commotion, and the people in the surrounding four mansions could hear it. Swoosh! A purple-clothed person flew out from the Easter mansion and landed in the middle courtyard. He stared at Su Yu and the unconscious maid in surprise. Su Yu, why did you hit her? Zishuan asked in confusion. Su Yu was startled, so he went forward and asked, Why were you in the cavern? Zishuan blinked her eyes. The East Mansion's master exchanged with us. The Middle Mansion's spirit-gathering formation spell was damaged, and its spiritual energy isn't even half of the other four mansions. The master of the cavern felt that we were new people and needed spiritual energy, so he took the initiative to exchange with us. He's really a kind and benevolent master. Ugh! Su Yu's expression stiffened, and his heart thumped. The East Mansion's master was one of the four demons known as the Eastern Evil. They were rumored to be ferocious, yet they were unexpectedly concerned about Su Yu and Zishuan. Su Yu pointed at the woman, who was quietly lying on the bed. What about her? Is she the East Mansion's master? Zishuan shook her head. No, She's the North Mansion's master. The East Mansion's master moved into our central mansion, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be used to the new mansion. So he asked the North Mansion's master to accompany him. Su Yu's expression was quite interesting. He smiled bitterly, was depressed, speechless, and was filled with shame. When he turned his head to look at the unconscious woman, who had blood on the corners of her mouth, he felt even more bitter. Why didn't he say so earlier? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. As he sighed, Su Yu walked over to her and helped her sit up. He then placed his palms on her smooth back and continued to inject his vital energy into her to repair her damaged internal energy channels. While he was healing her, the woman woke up. She was still in a half-conscious state, and after she took a glance at Su Yu, she went back to sleep. It was only when the next morning that the woman opened her eyes that an old man's figure appeared in front of her. She was startled awake, and as she surveyed her surroundings, her pretty face became ice cold. She saw that she was lying on a stone bed, completely naked, while an old man was standing in front of it, his back facing her. She suddenly recalled that she had been seriously injured by this man the previous night, and when she woke up, it seemed like he was doing something to her. As she thought of this, her face became deathly pale, and her lips trembled slightly. What did you do to me? Su Yu turned his head around and looked at the woman apologetically. It was only now that he noticed that the woman was extremely beautiful. She had long black hair that reached her temples, and her eyebrows were as thin as willow leaves. Her eyes seemed like two springs in winter, and they were clear and cold. The bridge of her nose was high, and it was slightly protruding. She also had red lips, which made her look extremely gorgeous. Su Yu was stunned by her beauty, as this was the first time he had seen such an astonishingly beautiful woman since he had come to Juzhou. Her beauty could almost rival Xia Jingyu's. However, Su Yu, who had experienced Shenlong's many complicated emotions and seen many peerless women, was immune to such things. His heart was still calm, and his eyes were clear and bright. He then said apologetically, "Miss, I'm really sorry. I asked you, what did you do to me?" The woman clenched her teeth. Su Yu was startled, but he quickly realized what she meant. "Miss, you can set your mind at ease. I didn't do anything, and I just healed your injuries." The first half of his words made the woman's heart relax, while the second half made her pretty face turn ice cold. What did he mean by healing my injuries? She still remembered that a man's big hands were dancing around her back. You are shameless. I will kill you." The woman's murderous aura was extremely intense, and as she patted the stone bed with her right hand, she tried to soar into the air. However, she was unexpectedly shaken by her internal energy channel, and as she groaned in pain, she became powerless. Such a disturbance caused the bedding on her body to slide off, revealing her beautiful body. The woman hurriedly covered her body, feeling infuriated. Not only was she in a sorry state, but she had also been seen by him. Su Yu was quite frustrated. The woman in front of him was undoubtedly Bei Bing, one of the 4 great demons. If he remembered correctly, she was the tall woman who had reached the farthest 57th step on the carp leaping over Dragon Gate stairs. Her fighting prowess was probably the greatest among the 4 great demons. He didn't expect that he would seriously injure her, one of the 4 great demons, right after entering the Demon Mountain. Once she recovered from her injuries, she would surely fight Su Yu to the death. "Miss, this is all a misunderstanding. How could I have known that you were in the house?" Su Yu was quite helpless. Bei Bing was driven mad, and she scolded him. "What nonsense! A maid received you halfway up the mountain, and she will surely inform you that the cave has been changed. You old perverted thief! I, Bing Wuxin, won't let you off. Hey, why doesn't this woman listen to my explanation?" Su Yu was slightly annoyed, so he turned around and strode away. "That's all I have to say. If you want to do anything, I will accompany you." After he spoke, he swaggered off, leaving behind a confused Zixian. You. Bei Bing was infuriated. As Su Yu left the mountain, he started pondering his future plans. He had heard from Xiao Li that since he was the Outer Sanctum's exams champion, he would probably need to go to the elegant Spirit Mountain. Moreover, Xiao Yueming had set a deadly trap there, so he had to avoid going there as much as possible. Although Su Yu wasn't afraid of it, he still wanted to get to know what the elegant Spirit Mountain was. When he was just about to go down the mountain, a person suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain, and he looked at Su Yu in shock. His eyes started sizing up Su Yu, as it seemed like he was trying to see through him. Su Yu's hair stood on end when he was stared at by him. After his previous experience with the transvestite, Su Yu was quite sensitive to men's gazes. Brother Shangguan, why are you waiting at the foot of the mountain so early in the morning? Did you change your profession and become a bandit? Su Yu walked down the mountain angrily. The person at the foot of the mountain was Shangguan Yunk. He had said the day before that he would come to the foot of the mountain to collect Su Yu's corpse, and he didn't expect that Su Yu would still be alive. Shangguan Yunk looked at the demon mountain in fear, then pointed at his own chest and said, I would dare to become a bandit, but even if I were to rob the demon mountain, I still wouldn't dare to set my sights on those demons. As he spoke, Shangguan Yunk looked at the demon mountain in fear, then pointed at his own chest and said, I would dare to become a bandit, but even if I were to rob the demon mountain, I still wouldn't dare to set my sights on those demons. The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched. How was it possible that they were merciful? It was just that Su Yu had attacked first and injured Bei Bing to the point that she couldn't even budge an inch. Brother Shangguan, may I ask where the elegant Spirit Mountain is? Su Yu asked. Shangguan Yunk's expression became solemn, and he spoke while walking. The elegant Spirit Mountain is my Red Blood Palace's most important spiritual herb plantation. It has a dense spiritual energy and an excellent environment, so it's quite suitable for the growth of precious spiritual herbs. Most of the sanctum's high-grade elixirs ingredients come from the elegant Spirit Mountain. It's rumored that 100 years ago, it was the site of a decisive battle between the human and ghost clans, and a great king, Shinichen, died there. He then added, it's probably because there are many almighty experts, remnant traces of their battles, that it's extremely miraculous, and it can often grow powerful spiritual herbs. This is why the sanctum attaches great importance to it, and it even sends a large number of soldiers to guard it all year round. It's only the outer sanctum that attaches great importance to it. The site of a decisive battle between the human and ghost clans? Shinichen was the central prefecture's king, who would soon become Jiuzhou's emperor. Surely, according to Jiuzhou's people's knowledge, he had died there, and he hadn't been framed by the central prefecture's king and forced into the Jinlong world? The truth was buried in the dust of history. After Su Yu calmed himself down, he asked, I heard that the Outer Sanctum's exams participants will probably go there. Can you reject it? The Shangguan clan master suddenly recalled this, and a jealous look appeared on his face. Right, I almost forgot. Compared to the previous exams, there is an extra mission in the elegant Spirit Mountain. I'm really envious. Wait, you want to reject it? Did you become stupid after sleeping in the Demon Mountain for a night? He then added, the elegant Spirit Mountain is a miraculous place. The 4 great demons have applied to the sanctum many times, hoping to go there and carry out a mission, but you have always rejected it. Do you know how many merit points you can get by carrying out missions there? Ugh, Su Yu was startled by this. I don't know. Shangguan Yunk wore an expression as if he wanted to strangle Su Yu to death. If an outer sanctum's disciple is required to carry out a mission, then it has only one mission, which is to carry out a mission. You have to develop a wasteland that hasn't been developed yet into a new field. Just the mission itself is worth 500 merit points. At the same time, if you manage to dig out divine weapons, ancient books, and cultivation techniques left behind by the human and ghost wars, you can exchange them for merit points with the sanctum. There are many Inner Sanctum's disciples who carry out such missions, and even the most unlucky ones can find a pile of scrap metal, which can be exchanged for 2,000 or 3,000 merit points. As for those with great luck, they can find a complete Ghost Clans object, which can be exchanged for several tens of thousands of merit points. Several tens of thousands of merit points? Su Yu's pupils contracted, as he knew how difficult it was to earn merit points. After all, it was already the limit for an early-stage fairy to get 1,000 merit points in a year. The Elegant Spirit Mountains mission was worth at least 500 merit points. Su Yu, who was burdened with debts, had no choice but to go there. After all, it was a place that even the 4 great demons coveted. However, Su Yu had no choice but to prepare for the fatal trap left behind by Xiao Yueming. It was only by having great power that one wouldn't be afraid of crafty plots and schemes. It was time for him to enter the depository of scriptures and choose a cultivation technique. Brother Shangguan, may I know how I can exchange for a cultivation technique's ancient book? Su Yu asked. Shangguan Yang wasn't surprised by Su Yu's plan, as the first goal of all newcomers who came to the Red Blood Palace was to obtain cultivation techniques. It depends on the grade of the cultivation technique you want. A low-grade spirit cultivation technique costs 1,000 merit points. A middle-grade one costs 5,000 merit points. A high-grade one costs 20,000 merit points. And a top-grade one costs 50,000 merit points. A legendary cultivation technique costs 100,000 merit points for a low-grade one, 500,000 merit points for a middle-grade one, 1,000,000 merit points for a top-grade one, and 3,000,000 merit points for a top-grade one. Brother Su, if you have 1,000 merit points, you can exchange them for a low-grade spirit cultivation technique, Shangguan Yang said. Su Yu didn't care about a spirit cultivation technique, as it wasn't attractive to him at all. When he heard that even the lowest grade legendary cultivation technique cost 100,000 merit points, Su Yu almost choked on his words. An ordinary disciple would have to work hard for 100 years to exchange for a legendary cultivation technique. As for middle grade and high grade cultivation techniques, ordinary disciples couldn't even hope to obtain them. When Shangguan Yang detected Su Yu's surprise, he shook his head and said, 100,000 isn't a lot. If they were really that cheap, they would have already been everywhere. Moreover, the depository of scriptures only has complete legendary cultivation techniques, so 100,000 merit points isn't a loss for me. The lowest grade legendary cultivation techniques that are sold in the outside world cost at least 400,000 crystals. Moreover, they are priceless, but there isn't a market for them. Most of the owners keep them for themselves, and they don't easily spread to the outside world. As for middle grade and high grade cultivation techniques, most almighty divine masters can only cultivate to such a level, so how could they not be expensive? Shangguan Yang said disapprovingly. Su Yu was startled, and after a long while he smiled bitterly. It was fortunate that he had asked Shangguan Yang about it in advance. Otherwise, if he had rushed to the depository of scriptures rashly, he would have surely humiliated himself. As he thought about Xiao Lingjian, Su Yu regretted not asking him about the high-grade legendary cultivation technique, the 100 Bones demonic tempering technique, before his death. Even though it was just a fragment, it was still worth a lot of money. All of a sudden, Su Yu had an idea, so he asked, Brother Shangguan, does the depository of scriptures have any rules for exchanging cultivation techniques? Exchange? Shangguan Yang immediately understood what Su Yu meant, so he nodded and said, There is. If you have a cultivation technique, you can give it to the depository of scriptures cabinet master. After he examines it, you can exchange it for a cultivation technique of the same grade. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief as he pondered whether he should hand over the Buddhist saint's 8 characters. After he made up his mind, Su Yu immediately followed Shangguan Yang to the depository of scriptures. Brother Su, have you really decided to exchange for a cultivation technique? Shangguan Yang asked cautiously. If you really want to exchange for it, Why don't you go inside and take a look first? Then you can decide whether there are any cultivation techniques that you need. Su Yu nodded and followed him inside. What left him speechless was that even if he didn't exchange for any cultivation technique, he would still have to pay 200 merit points just to enter the depository of scriptures. Moreover, there was only a 4-hour time limit. Su Yu felt his heart ache, so he hurriedly searched for it. The depository of scriptures was divided into the real spirit tower and the legend tower, and both of them had immortal-level cultivation techniques and legendary-level cultivation techniques. Su Yu directly ignored the first floor of the real spirit tower, as Shangguanyang wasn't interested in it at all. The number of books on the second floor was obviously lower than the first floor, and it didn't even reach 100th of the number on the first floor. There were auxiliary cultivation techniques, demonic cultivation techniques, 5 elements cultivation techniques, system cultivation techniques, blade cultivation techniques, sword cultivation techniques, sword cultivation techniques. Su Yu's heart thumped as he went to the sword cultivation technique bookshelf. Shangguanyang asked curiously, "Well, Brother Su, are you proficient in the sword doctrine?" Su Yu shook his head. "I just used some of them in the past, and I want to see whether there are any suitable sword cultivation techniques for me." Su Yu scanned through the books and discovered that most of them were demonic sword techniques, as he wasn't proficient in single sword cultivation techniques. Hence, his interest in them decreased greatly. When Su Yu looked at the end of the bookshelf, he shook his head. He was just about to leave when he suddenly noticed that there was a dust-covered, incomplete sword technique at the bottom of the bookshelf. Su Yu stamped on the ground with the tip of his foot, causing a wave of air to surge out and scatter the dust. 6 large words appeared before his eyes. When Su Yu saw those words, his blood started flowing faster, and his heart started thumping loudly. As he stared at the incomplete book, flames of excitement appeared in his eyes. Chapter 791. In the past, Su Yu had obtained the 9 yin-yang sword formation in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. Its power was extremely great, and it had helped Su Yu kill many strong enemies. The 3 small golden swords in his hands were refined from the 9 steel needles. The power of the sword formation was still fresh in Su Yu's mind. As for the 9 yin-yang sword formation, it was said that it was born out of a sword manual, the 9-yang cosmos sword formation. The former's power was less than 1% of the latter's. This was not the first time Su Yu had coveted this sword manual, but he had never thought that he would be able to see it with his own eyes. With a face full of excitement, Su Yu extended his hand to grab it. Before he could even touch the remnant book, an electric current shot out from the remnant book. Su Yu's fingertips went numb, and he subconsciously withdrew his hand. "Brother Su, don't touch them carelessly. Every ancient book is sealed by a powerful seal, and without the pavilion master's permission, no one can take them away." Shangguanyang's expression became solemn. Su Yu suppressed his excitement and calmed himself down. He then looked around and asked, "How many merit points does this book cost?" Shangguanyang took out his identity badge and stuck it on the incomplete book. A row of small words appeared on it. The grade of the technique is unknown. After appraisal, it's at least a mid-grade legendary technique. Since it's incomplete, it will be treated as a low-grade legendary technique. Borrowing it once will cost 100,000 merit points. 100,000? The corners of Su Yu's mouth twitched as he stared at the sword manual. When Shangguanyang saw that Su Yu attached great importance to it, he couldn't help but sigh. "I'm sorry, but I'm usually quite lazy, so I didn't manage to accumulate many merit points. Brother Su, if you really want it, I still have the blue water 9 heaven wings, which can be exchanged for 100,000 crystals, which can be exchanged for 50,000 merit points." Su Yu naturally would not accept such an offer. "Brother Shangguan, thank you for your kindness. Let me think of a way myself." Even the Shangguan family's young master, who had treasures worth hundreds of thousands of crystals, did not have many of them. The only remaining blue water 9 heaven wings was his life-saving talisman. So how could Suyu accept it? Shangguanyunk insisted on doing this, but Suyu tried to dissuade him. As such, Shangguanyunk could only give up. After discovering this sword manual, Suyu didn't have the heart to look at other ancient books anymore. His heart was now filled with thoughts about how he could quickly earn a large number of merit points and exchange them for sword manuals. After Suyu left the depository of scriptures and bid farewell to Shangguanyunk, he went back to the Demon Mountain. In the middle residence, Bei Bing and Bing Wuxin had already returned to the north residence, and Zixian was nowhere to be found. Suyu closed the doors and windows. With a thought, he entered the 9 jade spiritual pearl and went straight to the nursery. There was a large number of cloud galloping horses in the nursery. There were around 300 or 400 of them, and they were leisurely galloping in the nursery. The profound feather spirit pomegranate was a magnificent sight. Its leaves were like a canopy, enveloping the entire nursery under its shade. Numerous golden profound feather spirit pomegranates grew on the entire tree, and there were more than 10,000 of them. With a glance, Suyu fixed his gaze on the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo. At this moment, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo was 16 meters long. His entire body was glowing with a faint silver light. At first, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo seedlings were golden yellow. When it was half ripe, it was pale gold with a faint purple tint. Now its entire body shone with silver light, as if it was a bamboo carved out of silver. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo, as its name suggested, should be silver in color when it matured. As for the golden color that Suyu saw, it was only in a half-mature state. According to the nursery's cultivation speed, this white silver bamboo was at least 1,000 years old. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely shock the entire 9 states. After all, a 1,000-year-old object, no matter how ordinary it was, would still transform into a heavenly treasure. Moreover, the heavenly orchid silver bamboo was known as Juzhou's #1 divine bamboo, and it was a divine object that had already been extinct since ancient times. Suyu was secretly delighted. This silver bamboo was just enough to make 9 heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords. With the heavenly orchid silver bamboo's peerless sharpness and sturdiness, combined with the 9 suns cosmos sword formation, the might that would erupt out made Suyu's heart burn with passion just thinking about it. Now that he had all the materials, he only needed 2 more steps. First, he needed to make the heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords. This required Suyu to be proficient in crafting techniques. Otherwise, if he handed such a precious object to an outsider, he would surely suffer a great calamity. Second, he needed to quickly gather a large number of merit points to get the 9 suns cosmos sword formation. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. He could foresee that once the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword formation was formed, he might not need to fear the 5 all-creation old monsters. Although he had already entered the Red Blood Palace, Suyu still had a faint sense of crisis lingering in his heart. The 5 of them were still Suyu's greatest worries. He must quickly cultivate this sword formation. Just as Suyu was pondering this, a young girl respectfully appeared behind him and said, "Master, I'm Shangge." Suyu turned his head around and took a look at Shangge. After a period of rest, she had recovered a great deal of her life force. Her tender and flawless face was now rosy. However, her eyes, which were looking at Suyu, were filled with fear. "You are lucky that I'm still alive." Before the Jinlong world-destroying battle, Suyu had said that if he was still alive, he would surely put her in an important position. But if he died, the 9 jade spiritual pearl would disappear with him and be sealed in the world, while she would be forever sealed in the void. Shangge didn't know about the Jinlong world-destroying battle, nor did she know that this place was the Jojo world, which she had been dreaming about day and night. "You are a member of the Ghost Clan, so you must be quite familiar with the Ghost Clan's aura, right?" Suyu's eyes flickered as he spoke. Shangge was slightly startled, but she still nodded without hesitation. That's for sure. I'm also a member of the Ghost Clan, so I'm more familiar with our clan's aura and fluctuations. Generally speaking, my senses are 5 times sharper than a human's, and as long as they're within 10,000 feet of me, I can detect them. It's impossible for a human to achieve such a feat. Suyu was startled by this, as a 10,000 feet radius wasn't a shallow area. Suyu nodded. Fine. You should make some preparations, as I will probably need you in the future. Understood, Master, Shengur replied obediently. Suyu nodded, then left the void and returned to his body. The moment he opened his eyes, a pair of beautiful sapphire-like blue eyes stared at Suyu. Her warm breath blew against Suyu's face lightly. Her face was almost touching his. Suyu was startled, and as he looked at her face, which was so close to him, as well as her rosy lips, he couldn't help but feel depressed. He then asked angrily, "What are you doing?" Zixian moved her head back, then asked curiously, "It's strange. It seemed like your soul wasn't in your body for a moment. Moreover, I could faintly detect a ghost's aura. Your body is hiding a great secret." She was able to detect Sheng Ji's existence, even though she was separated from the 9 jade spiritual pearl? Suyu was slightly startled. However, Zixian didn't intend to investigate this matter any further, so she threw him a piece of paper. Here, a shifty-eyed guy left it at the door, then ran away. Suyu took the paper, folded it, and had the words Suyuxian written on it. Curious, he opened it and read it, then stood up. It was Ruffian Long, who had already prepared the elixir recipe and ingredients. The ingredients were easy to obtain, but it wasn't something an ordinary outer sanctum disciple could accomplish. Suyu was quite curious about the faction behind Ruffian Long. I will go out for a while. Suyu stood up and left. Zixian wrinkled her nose, then supported her chin with her hands and snorted softly. You are leaving me alone again. Remember to come back quickly. Suyu was quite embarrassed by her words, as she seemed like a wife acting coquettishly to her husband. I will try my best, Suyu replied without turning his head back. Zixian said, Don't try your best. You must come back before the moon rises. The Demon Mountain is holding 13 joint meetings, and as a resident of the Demon Mountain, you must come back to participate. 13 joint meetings? Suyu was startled, and he felt like he had returned to his previous life. Fine, I will surely come back. Suyu was somewhat confused. However, he had only seen one of the 4 great demons, the North Ice, Bing Wuxin. As for the East Heretic, the West Poison, and the South Demon, he had never seen them before. He wondered whether they were as rude and unreasonable as Bing Wuxin. Suyu shook his head, then went down the mountain. It was already noon, and the disciples living in the vicinity of the Demon Mountain had already woken up. When they saw Suyu going down the mountain, they all widened their eyes and started whispering to each other in amazement. They all looked at Suyu as if he was a monster. Suyu wiped his face and wondered, Is there something on my face? What annoyed him even more was that it wasn't just the vicinity of the Demon Mountain, but everywhere he went in the outer sanctum, people would all make way for him. Their gazes were filled with shock, admiration, and fright as they looked at Suyu. Suyu was quite displeased by the strange gazes that accompanied him all the way. After a short while, Suyu arrived at the Heavenly Peak Tower. It was a place of entertainment for the Red Blood Palace's disciples, and Shengguan Yunk often visited it. Even if one didn't spend anything, one still had to pay 50 merit points to enter it. Anyone who could enter this place was either an expert who had a lot of merit points and was good at earning merit points, or someone who had a good relationship with the sanctum. Suyu's heart ached, as he hadn't done anything for a whole day. Yet, he had already spent 250 merit points. If he didn't come up with a way to earn more merit points, he would soon run out of resources. The first floor was filled with people, and as Suyu swept his gaze over them, he found Ruffian Long. However, Ruffian Long wasn't the head of the table, as there was a tall woman with him. She was wearing a green robe, which perfectly outlined her graceful body. She had a slim waist, slender legs, and a pair of plump breasts. The woman's appearance was quite good, and her eyes were filled with gentleness. Her whole body emanated an indescribable charm. The hall was filled with guests, and a small half of them were male disciples, who would occasionally cast ambiguous gazes at her. As for Ruffian Long, he didn't even pant, and he respectfully stood next to the woman. He didn't even dare to take another look at her. Su Yu was slightly surprised by this woman's extraordinary status. When he examined her subconsciously, he was even more surprised. This woman's cultivation had unexpectedly reached the divine master realm. She was an inner sanctum disciple. In the outer sanctum, if one wasn't a palace master or cabinet master, then such a young divine master could only be an inner sanctum disciple, who was rumored to be filled with experts. Ruffian Long's eyes lit up, and he said softly, "Young miss, that's Su Yu." The charming woman looked at him with her charming eyes and furrowed her brows. It was obvious that Su Yu's aged appearance was different from what she had imagined. Su Yu walked over to her and sat down naturally without any reservations. The charming woman's expression changed quickly, and when she revealed a smile, it was a smile that could captivate one's soul. Ruffian Long introduced her to him, then said, "Junior brother Su, this is senior sister Xueqi. It just so happens that she came to the outer sanctum to deal with your debt." Chapter 792. Blue veins popped out on Ruffian Long's forehead as he worried about Su Yu inwardly. Senior sister Xueqi's temper wasn't as gentle as it seemed, and no one in the outer sanctum dared to offend her. Since Su Yu was acting recklessly and infuriating her, no one could save him. An odd look flickered in the charming woman's eyes. He was clearly aware that she was an inner sanctum disciple, yet he was still so calm. "As you requested, I will give you 2 elixir recipes and 10 elixir recipes ingredients." The charming woman tapped the air with her finger, causing 2 ancient scrolls to appear on her palm. One of them is the common vital energy powder, which is in powder form. It's a low-grade spirit elixir, which meets your requirements. She then added, "The other one is the primordial chaos vital pill, which isn't easy to make. It's also a low-grade spirit elixir, and its ingredients are 50% more expensive than the vital energy powder. Moreover, its failure rate is quite high, and even primary alchemists can't guarantee a 100% success rate. Thus, its production cost is 5 times higher than the vital energy powders." Su Yu's eyes flickered as he asked, "How are the sales of these 2 elixirs?" Xueqi's eyes lit up, as this lad had grasped the main point. The production cost of the elixirs wasn't important, as what was important was the sales. Vital energy powder can be bought in the market at any time, while primordial chaos vital pills can only be bought in the black market. Even if the Sanctum's elixir hall sells them, they are all sold out, Xueqi said with a smile. The market price of vital energy powder is 10 merit points per bottle, which is equal to the merit points an ordinary disciple earns in a day. As for primordial chaos vital pills, they are sold at 50 merit points per bottle. Xueqi pursed her lips and said, "The elixir hall has an abundant supply of vital energy powder, which is why its price hasn't changed, at 10 merit points per bottle. As for primordial chaos vital pills, the market price is 50 merit points per bottle. In fact, they are sold for at least 70 merit points in the black market." Su Yu raised his brows. There must be a reason why primordial chaos vital pills are so popular despite their high price. He then asked, "Isn't the primordial chaos vital pills more potent than the vital energy powder?" Xueqi looked at him in admiration. "That's right. In terms of price-performance ratio, the vital energy powder is far superior to the primordial chaos vital pill. But for disciples who are eager to cultivate and don't need to worry about merit points, it's the best choice. Compared to a disciple who swallowed a bottle of vital energy powder every day or a disciple who swallowed a primordial chaos true pill every day, who would cultivate faster? Of course, it was the latter. Thus, even those who were short of money would most likely choose the Primordial Chaos True Pill if they had the chance. This pill was extremely popular, and there was no need to worry about not being able to sell it. As for the Vital Energy Powder, even if Suyu managed to refine it, he would only be able to find a market for it if its price was lower than the elixir halls. Moreover, the profits he could make from it were far inferior to the latter. Suyu's eyes flickered as he stared at the Primordial Chaos Vital Pills recipe. He then asked, "The Primordial Chaos Vital Pills price you mentioned has a grade restriction, right?" It was impossible for a Primordial Chaos True Pill of any grade to be sold on the black market for 60 merit points. Xueqi's beautiful eyes flickered as she said, "Of course. The effects of the first and second grade Primordial Chaos Vital Pills are greatly reduced, and they aren't much different from the Vital Energy Powder. Only the third grade Primordial Chaos Vital Pills can be sold at such a high price. Of course, if it's the fourth grade, its medicinal power will be 4 times greater than the Vital Energy Powders, and its price will double." Xueqi looked at Suyu and wore a faint smile as she asked, "Junior brother, have you considered what kind of pill you want make?" Although Suyu was deep in thought, his mind was still clear, and he didn't fall into her trap. He chuckled and said, "Senior sister, you must be joking. If I had talent in alchemy, I would have already been chosen by the Sanctum's elders during the exam. Why would I need to worry about merit points then?" He then added, "I just happen to know a female alchemist who was chosen by an alchemy elder during the Outer Sanctum's exam. She just happened to need some elixirs to practice making so that she could raise her alchemy skills. So, I'm responsible for helping her collect them and get some benefits from her." As for Yuan Ying, it wasn't a secret that the Sanctum had made an exception to recruit her, so Suyu's words weren't inappropriate. Xueqi looked at Suyu suspiciously for a while before she shook her head inwardly. After all, if Suyu really had talent in alchemy, he would have already been discovered during the exam. After all, alchemy was an extremely important talent in the Sanctum, and they surely wouldn't miss out on it. "Fine, it seems like you don't have any objections to the elixir's recipe. Since that's the case, let's start discussing the price. Since you are our middle-level customer, we will give you the Vital Energy Powders recipe for free, as well as the 20 batches of ingredients. Now, let's discuss the Primordial Chaos Vital Pills recipe." Xueqi revealed a charming smile as she added, "The Primordial Chaos Vital Pills recipe isn't something that can be exchanged in the Sanctum, as it is classified as a secret. Even if you have merit points, you can't buy it. Senior sister, you had to use a special channel to get it, so its value isn't something that can be exchanged for just a few merit points." Xueqi wore a faint smile as she added, "Moreover, you don't have many merit points left, do you? You should have already realized that if you want to live comfortably in the Outer Sanctum, just relying on your 1,000 merit points isn't enough." Suyu wore a calm expression as he asked, "Senior sister, what do you want? You didn't come to the Outer Sanctum by chance. You came here especially for me, didn't you?" It seemed from her tone that Xueqi didn't plan to exchange merit points for it. Xueqi moved closer to him, and a faint feminine scent entered his nostrils. A faint flush appeared on her pretty face, while her eyes were lovely and charming. She then said, "Don't speak of me in such a manner, as I will be sad if I do. I just want to make a deal with you." Suyu raised his brows slightly. "A deal? Tell me about it." Xueqi surveyed the surroundings, then said in a low voice, "I want to use the elixir's recipe to exchange for a quota." She then added, "Junior brother, you will go to the elegant Spirit Mountain in a month, so I hope that you can give me the quota to bring people with you. If you agree, I will give you this elixir's recipe for free." Xueqi stated her objective. Suyu was surprised by this. "Well, I can bring people with me to the elegant Spirit Mountain?" Xueqi was startled by this. "You don't know about it?" Suyu shook his head blankly. Xueqi rolled her eyes at him, then explained in detail. The sanctum has many missions that are difficult to carry out, so they allow the executors to hire experts to help them carry out the mission. The elegant Spirit Mountain's pioneering mission isn't something that can be carried out by you alone, so you can only bring 6 people with you. If you give all 6 quotas to me, then this elixir's recipe will belong to you. A crafty glint flickered in Xueqi's eyes. However, when Suyu heard her, he curled up the corners of his mouth and asked, "Senior Sister Xueqi, do you think that I'm young and easy to deceive? Or do you think that a single elixir's recipe is enough to take my life and force me to agree to it?" Suyu believed that if he sold 6 quotas for 10,000 merit points each, both the outer and inner sanctum's disciples would fight for it. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem to sell it for an even higher price. After all, the elegant Spirit Mountain was a divine land, and if one's luck was good, it wasn't impossible for them to get several tens of thousands of merit points. Even though the primordial Chaos Vital Pills recipe was precious, it wasn't precious enough to get 6 quotas. After he heard this, Suyu's eyes lit up. He had been worried about not having enough merit points to exchange for the 9 Suns Cosmo Sword formation, and now was the perfect time to do so. If he sold each quota for 10,000, he would get 60,000 merit points, and even if he paid back 11,000, he would still have around 50,000 left. Then, if he worked hard in the elegant Spirit Mountain, he would be able to get a few thousand merit points. Moreover, if he continued to make elixirs and exchange them for merit points, then 100,000 merit points wouldn't be too far away. If he sold the Buddhist saint's 8 characters to the sanctum, he would surely get many merit points. Although it was just an incomplete book, its grade was quite high, and it was at the middle grade level. Thus, it should be easy for him to exchange it for 20,000 merit points. Thus, 100,000 merit points wouldn't be too far off. When Xueqi heard this, she realized that the situation was anything but reassuring. This junior brother of hers wasn't someone who could be easily deceived, so she could only agree. "Fine, I will exchange for 5 quotas." Suyu turned around and revealed a warm smile. 1. 4. Xueqi started haggling. However, Suyu said, "Just 1. If you are willing to exchange for it, then let's do it. If you aren't willing, then I will take my leave." Since she could get the primordial Chaos Vital Pill, then Suyu would surely be able to get it from the black market. So, why should he tolerate her demanding such a price? After all, several tens of thousands of merit points weren't a small sum. "Suyu, you should consider it carefully. After this exchange, you won't just get the elixir recipe, you will also get a favor from me. In the future, if you run into any trouble in the outer sanctum, you can look for me. I will help you deal with it once for free. I am aware that you don't like the Shao family's people." Xueqi's expression was solemn. Suyu waved his hand at her without even turning his head. "I will take care of my matters by myself. Senior sister, you don't need to trouble me. Farewell." When Xueqi saw that Suyu was about to leave, she realized that he was surely planning to sell her quota. As she thought of this, she became quite annoyed. "Fine, you win. I will give you the primordial Chaos Vital Pills recipe for 1 quota." Xueqi ground her teeth, walked forward, and stuffed the ingredients and the 2 elixir recipes into Suyu's bosom. She then said fiercely, "Don't you know how to show tender and protective care to women?" She had come here personally because she wanted to use her beauty to win him over. But no matter what, he didn't appreciate her kindness, which frustrated her greatly. After all, she had dealt with many difficult transactions personally. After all men who didn't have enough willpower would try to take advantage of her. However, Suyu's temperament was quite good, and it was difficult to shake him. Suyu turned around and revealed a faint smile. He then put away the items and said, "Deal. Contact me when you are about to go to the elegant Spirit Mountain." Xueqi stamped her feet and left the restaurant. All of a sudden, She saw out of the corner of her eye that several people were following Suyu, and her eyes lit up. She then revealed a crafty smile and said, "Hee, this is retribution. Since you dared to haggle with me, then you must have such an awareness." Ruffian Long furrowed his brows when he saw the several customers following Suyu. Are they the Shao family's people? Su Yuxian is probably in trouble. Let's go. Let's follow them. Xue Qi immediately chased after them. Ruffian Long was startled by this. This is their grudge, so why should we follow them? The Shao family's influence in the inner sanctum is deep-rooted, and they are competing with us. If we meddle in this matter rashly, won't we end up provoking a war between them? If that happens, the young Star Master will surely be displeased. Chapter 793. Xue Qi's body blurred, and she quickly caught up to him. After Suyu left the restaurant, his movements became erratic, and after a few turns he unknowingly walked into a deserted alley. There was no one around, far away from the streets. Swish, swish! 3 figures flew over quickly. They were the 3 guys who had followed Elder Jiu all the way here. The 3 of them vaguely resembled each other, as if they were related by blood. Their cultivations were quite outstanding. 2 of them were level 5 fairies, while the last one was a level 6 fairy. The 3 of you have followed me for such a long time, so don't you plan to say anything? Suyu turned around, his calm face filled with coldness. He did not have any enemies in the sect. His only enemy was the Shao family. What a lingering spirit! He hadn't taken revenge for Shao Qingfeng's sneak attack, but they had come to him again. You know what you've done. You've killed innocent members of the Shao family. You're utterly devoid of conscience. The 3 of us want to avenge our clansmen. The leader of the Shao family was slightly older. He was filled with righteous indignation and righteousness. Suyu found it ironic, so he asked, I killed more than a dozen of your Shao family's members, which is quite heartless. But what about the Shao family's premeditated plan for the Beast Tide, which killed more than 100 challengers? Is it inhumane, or does everyone have the right to punish him? Moreover, your arrogant young lord was the only member of the Shao family that I killed with my own hands. As for the others, they all died in the beast tide that dispersed. To be precise, the Shao family reaped what they sowed. It's the natural cycle of retribution. No matter what, it can't be blamed on me. The trio's faces turned red from the rebuttal. They were well aware of the beast tide. Su Yuxian, you won't be able to escape today. The 3 of them shouted coldly and stepped forward. The 2 level 5 fairies on the left side were assisting them, while the level 6 fairy in the middle was the main attacker. 3 dragons, flood the sea. The 3 of them were cultivating some kind of joint attack technique, and their auras fused together for a moment, causing their auras to soar and reach the level 7 fairy realm. The 3 of them attacked with astonishing momentum, not the slightest bit weaker than the explosion of the talisman. Su Yu's gaze was calm, and as he clenched his fists, the surrounding space suddenly sank, and a large amount of air was instantly sucked out. At the same time, Su Yu grabbed 2 rapidly compressed black balls in his hands. Buddhist Saints 8 characters, battle! Boom! Su Yu's 2 fists fought against 6 hands, and the sound waves from his palms swept in all directions. However, the combined auras of the 3 of them split the sound wave apart and struck Su Yu's chest. Su Yu's expression was calm. Without thinking, the surrounding space sank slightly once again. Boundless air currents revolved around Su Yu's body like black ribbons. Provenant Saints 8 characters, swordsmen. Bang bang. As a loud rumbling sound echoed out, the level 5 fairies on the left and right spouted a mouthful of blood and were sent flying into the wall. The level 6 fairy was the only one who managed to remain calm. However, there was a metallic taste in his throat. His pupils contracted and his eyes were filled with shock. A legendary cultivation technique. Stage 1 top class. Who are you? Why do you have a legendary skill? Su Yu said coldly, You have too many questions. If you don't want to speak, I'll capture you and interrogate you." The level 6 fairy's eyes were filled with excitement. Xiao Qingfeng had only told them that they had to injure him, but he didn't say that they couldn't plunder him. "Form will strong wind fist." The level 6 fairy's eyes shone with a cold glint as he shouted loudly. Although his opponent had a legendary cultivation technique, he had a top-grade spirit cultivation technique, which he had cultivated to the top class. Moreover, there was a disparity between their cultivations, so he could easily crush his opponent. Su Yu's eyes shone with a cold glint, and as he waved his arms, a golden radiance was hidden within them. When the level 6 fairy attacked him, 2 golden radiances shot out of his hands, which seemed like 2 golden dragons. Crack! As a loud rumbling sound echoed out, the level 6 fairy's arms were cracked, and his body flew like a stone. He smashed into a sturdy wall and was sent flying away. As he flew away, he spouted a mouthful of blood and slammed into the wall. He looked in disbelief at Su Yu, who was taking back his golden arms. "You, splutter!" Su Yu walked over and stamped his chest, causing him to faint. At the same time, his gaze swept through the wall. All of a sudden, his gaze came to a stop in a small alley, which was separated by 2 walls. A person was standing there, and he looked quite similar to the person who had tried to kill Su Yu with the talisman. Xiao Qingfeng. Su Yu's gaze became ice-cold as he struck the wall with his palm and soared into the sky like a bird. He then stepped on nothing and quickly fell into the small alley. However, there wasn't anyone left in the alley, and there was only a faint aura lingering in the air. Darn it! Xiao Qingfeng didn't expect that even though he had dispatched 2 level 5 fairies and a level 6 fairy, they would still be easily defeated by Su Yu. Even Xue Qi, who was observing from the dark and ready to pounce at any moment to save the hero, couldn't help but exclaim, "A middle-grade legendary cultivation technique? He really doesn't reveal his true prowess." She had wanted to take advantage of Su Yu's misfortune and force him to hand over several quotas, so that she could help him defeat his opponents. She didn't expect that this lad would be so powerful, and that he would be able to defeat the 3 of them in just a few moves. After all, he was just a level 2 fairy. Xue Qi had a whole new level of respect for Su Yu's power. Xue Qi, who couldn't save the hero, left resentfully. As for Su Yu, he looked in the direction in which Xue Qi had left and calculated the time. It was still afternoon, and there was still a long time before the moon would brighten. Su Yu turned around and went to the elixir hall to look at the prices of many elixirs. He mainly looked at the low-grade spirit elixirs that could increase one's cultivation, such as the vital energy powder and the primordial chaos vital pill. It was just as they had said, the vital energy powder was available in large quantities, and it was priced at 10 merit points per bottle. As for the primordial chaos vital pill, it was only priced at 50 merit points, and it wasn't sold in any form. The profit from selling the primordial chaos vital pill was really great. Meanwhile, Su Yu looked at the prices of the middle-grade spirit elixirs, especially the ones that could increase one's cultivation. Su Yu couldn't help but smack his tongue when he looked at them. They were all extremely expensive, and the cheapest of them cost at least 100 merit points, while the higher-grade ones even cost 500 merit points. They weren't things that ordinary disciples could afford. However, middle-grade spirit elixirs were only suitable for middle-stage fairies, as they could take higher-grade missions and get more merit points than early-stage fairies. I wonder how the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's cultivation increasing effects compare to those elixirs? It shouldn't be too far off, and it should be even more expensive. After all, it can temper one's soul, so its price will surely be high, Su Yu thought to himself. Su Yu had asked Elder Liao to look for the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's material seeds, but he didn't know what the results were. If he had brought them here earlier, Su Yu would have been able to make this kind of middle-grade spirit elixir earlier. Apart from this, the elixir hall also sold all kinds of elixir refining materials, elixir refining tools, and elixir furnaces. Since Suyu planned to make elixirs, he obviously needed a lot of elixir furnaces. However, when he looked at their prices carefully, he realized that he was almost defeated. The elixir furnaces were all priced at more than 400 merit points, and most of them were priced between 500 and 700 merit points, while some of them were priced at 1,000 merit points. All of these elixir furnaces were semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts, which were between divine artifacts and spiritual artifacts. Ordinary semi-manufactured spiritual artifacts were priced at just 100 merit points, but elixir furnaces were extremely expensive. This was because of the difficulty of making them, as well as the high requirements for the materials used to resist fire. Suyu clenched his teeth and bought the cheapest elixir furnace, which cost him 400 merit points. Now he only had 350 merit points left. He must quickly look for a place to make the vital energy powder and the primordial chaos vital pill. The sanctum also had an earth fire similar to the Yuan family's, but it wasn't used to make elixirs. Instead, it was used for the cultivation of cultivators with fire-attributed bodies. This was the Raging Flame Cabinet, which was just next to the cultivation room. Suyu still had lingering fears about the cultivation room. It was here that he had run into the transvestite, who had caused his soul to scatter. He had left a deep psychological trauma in Suyu's heart. Suyu quickly passed through the cultivation room and entered the Raging Flame Cabinet. He had spent 100 merit points, which made him sigh once again. After he entered the cabinet, the temperature rose by several folds, which made him feel uncomfortable. There were many stone rooms of different sizes in the cabinet, each of which had an ample amount of fire. Moreover, there was also a device that could adjust the temperature, which made it suitable for making elixirs. Just as Suyu was about to choose a stone room, a woman with a voluptuous figure stood in front of a stone cabinet. She was over 40 years old, but her skin was quite smooth. Perhaps it was because she had been in a high-temperature environment for a long time, but her skin was slightly red, which made her seem quite bewitching. Her cultivation was at the Divine Master Realm, so it was obvious that she was the Raging Flame Cabinet's master. "Lad, if you want to enter the stone room, you'll have to pay another 200 merit points, and the time limit is 10 hours. The alluring cabinet's master sized Suyu up. She was quite curious as to why he had such an old disciple. The corners of Suyu's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he wondered. Another 200 merit points? However, in order to practice elixir making, he could only bear with it. Now, Suyu only had 50 merit points left. He had only been in the sanctum for a day and a half, yet 1,000 merit points had already flowed out of him. Suyu really couldn't bear it, so he had to quickly make elixirs. After Suyu entered the secret room, he started making elixirs with ease. He first had to familiarize himself with the elixir recipe, as he memorized the vital energy powder's recipe. He didn't neglect any of the steps. After that, he started making elixirs. In the Yuan family, Suyu had already been able to successfully make low-grade, first-grade spirit elixirs. Moreover, he had only managed to purify half of the ingredients. The Extreme Limit Elixir Manufacturing Technique's Extreme Limit Elixir Manufacturing Technique could only purify half of the ingredients. Now that he was making elixirs, he could purify them without any worries. Suyu immediately got to work. He used the Milky Way star sand to purify all 20 batches of ingredients, causing them to be completely transparent and without any impurities. After that, Suyu started trying to make the vital energy powder. The first thing he made was the vital energy powder. Suyu made the initial preparations, controlled the flames, and finally fused the elixirs. He proceeded in an orderly manner without making any mistakes during the whole process. When the furnace was opened, a cloud of white mist was released by a powerful pressure. Suyu waved his hand and compressed all of the mist, then threw it into a jade bottle. One batch of ingredients was enough to fill a bottle. From its color, one could faintly see that it was emitting 2 faint fluorescent lights, which seemed like veins. Second grade spirit elixirs. Su Yu wore a faint smile. He was already able to make first-grade elixirs. So now that he had purified them completely, it was only natural for him to make a second-grade elixir. This was only because Su Yu's techniques were rusty. Otherwise, if he could reach the top class of any of the extreme limit elixir manufacturing techniques 3 limits, he would be able to reach the 3rd grade. Chapter 794. Practice makes perfect. So I still need to continue practicing, Su Yu said. He then started to cultivate in peace. The alluring cabinet mistress who was at the palace's entrance smelled a wisp of elixir fragrance, and she couldn't help but look in surprise at the secret room where Su Yu was. She then revealed a faint smile and said, "There is another unresigned lad who wants to practice alchemy and open a shortcut." She had seen many disciples like Su Yu who were secretly hiding in the Raging Flame cabinet and borrowing the earth fire to make elixirs. Most of them were trying to make elixirs and earn merit points. But there were also a few who had great ambitions, hoping to catch the eye of the sanctum's elixir-making elders so that they could achieve meteoric success. It was a pity that, if he really had talent in alchemy, he would have been discovered during the outer disciple examination. Trying hard now was just a futile struggle. At the very least, out of all the disciples she had seen, all of them had wasted a lot of time and merit points before giving up in disappointment. All of a sudden, an even more distinct pill fragrance wafted over. The alluring cabinet master was slightly surprised. A second-grade pill? It seems like he really has some talent in alchemy. But it's a pity that second-grade spirit elixirs might be popular in the outside world, but no one in the Red Blood Palace's master's eyes would care about them, let alone the most ordinary vital energy powder. In the eyes of the Elixir Hall's primary alchemists, it can only be considered a failed product. All of the Red Blood Palace's alchemists were controlled by the faction and protected as rare resources. All of their elixirs were handed over to the faction. He had never heard of any disciples outside of the pill hall refining pills on their own. Even if one was born occasionally, he would quickly be forcibly recruited by the Elixir Hall, and it was only in this way that the Red Blood Palace would have the right to speak about elixirs. Time passed slowly, and Su Yu was drenched in sweat in the secret room. Su Yu had already used up all of the vital energy powder, and all of them were second-grade elixirs. This was a huge blow to Su Yu. The vital energy powder could be said to be useless and worthless. Su Yu started refining the primordial chaos vital pill. If this pill could successfully reach the 3rd grade, then he could really start to make money. Su Yu got rid of all distracting thoughts and concentrated on refining the primordial chaos vital pill. Unsurprisingly, the first pill was a 2nd-grade spirit pill, which was equivalent to a useless pill. Of course, if he sold it for 10 merit points, someone might be willing to buy it. But 10 merit points wasn't even enough to cover the cost of the materials. Only the 3rd grade was worth refining. Unwilling to give up, Su Yu continued to craft. However, he still failed continuously. However, after a long period of trying, Su Yu found some insights. To put it simply, it was the feeling of touch. When to adjust the temperature, how much to adjust, when to start fusing, how long to fuse, and so on. Gradually, Zhang Xian came to a conclusion that belonged to him, and the process of forging the pill became smoother and smoother. Although he still failed continuously, Su Yu had entered a state where he had no control over himself. It was as if his body could refine pills on its own without needing to think. Su Yu was immersed in a wonderful state. In his perception, he was like a silkworm in a cocoon, about to break out and be reborn. Time passed slowly, and Su Yu was still immersed in it. There were no more materials beside him. The last one was in the pill furnace. He was not anxious, and his mind was as calm as water. His body seemed to be guided by a god, and he controlled every step delicately, from the early preparation to controlling the flame to the final fusion. Every step was very smooth, faintly showing the experience of someone who had been refining pills for a long time. An hour later, the alchemy fire gradually died out. The alchemy process had come to an end. When Suyu opened the elixir furnace, a powerful aura soared into the sky, carrying a round, dark blue elixir with it. Suyu's hand was as quick as lightning, and he quickly sealed it in a jade bottle. Clanging sounds echoed from the jade bottle, and the dark blue elixir seemed like a naughty little beast as it spun around. It only stopped after a few breaths had passed. 3 feather-like, snow-white patterns appeared in Suyu's eyes. I have succeeded. I have finally broken through the bottleneck and reached the primary alchemist's realm. I can now refine third-grade spirit elixirs by myself. Moreover, it's one of the more difficult low-grade spirit elixirs to refine. Suyu was excited as he held the jade bottle in his hand. From this moment onward, he had become a primary alchemist. All the hard work and sacrifice had finally paid off. In the outside world, the alluring cabinet mistress's expression changed drastically, and she looked in disbelief at Suyu's private room. A third-grade spirit elixir. Moreover, it's a rare and difficult to refine primordial chaos vital pill. How is this possible? He's really a talented primary alchemist. She suddenly realized something, so she waved her sleeves and dispersed the elixir's fragrance in the room. She then went to the private room with a solemn look on her face. Suyu was in a good mood, but when he surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had used up all of the ingredients, leaving behind a pile of useless elixirs. He had only obtained a third-grade primordial chaos vital pill, which was worth 50 merit points. Just the ingredients alone were worth more than 50 merit points. Moreover, he had already spent 300 merit points in the Raging Flame cabinet. Suyu realized that even if he could successfully refine the elixir, it wouldn't be easy for him to earn merit points quickly. First of all, there was the cost of publicity, as he would need to advertise it widely to let people know that he had elixirs. Secondly, there was the cost of selling them. It was impossible for Suyu to sell them alone, so he had to hire someone he could trust to sell them. Thirdly, there was the cost of the ingredients. A single primordial chaos vital pill's ingredients cost 15 merit points. Lastly, there was the cost of producing the elixir. If he could refine 20 pills a day, he would only get 1,000 merit points if he sold them all. However, just the cost of producing the elixir would cost him 300 merit points. After deducting the 300 merit points for the ingredients, Suyu was left with 400 merit points. After deducting the cost of selling them, Suyu was left with 300 merit points. Even after deducting the initial cost of publicity, Suyu would only get 300 merit points a day. Even if he didn't cultivate for a month, he would only get 9,000 merit points. Suyu couldn't help but ponder whether it was really worth it. After he pondered this for a long while, Suyu felt like he needed to come up with a long-term plan. After he collected the elixirs and wiped away all traces of the elixir production, Suyu opened the stone door. When he opened it, he was startled by what he saw. The alluring cabinet mistress was standing outside the door, her arms crossed in front of her perky chest. She wore a charming smile at the corners of her mouth. She extended her snow-white arm and pushed Suyu's chest lightly, pushing him back into the secret room. She then walked into the secret room and closed the door behind her. The secret room wasn't big, and there wasn't enough space for 2 people inside. Moreover, the alluring cabinet mistress was still wearing a faint smile as she approached them. Suyu couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he retreated step by step. He was like a lamb that was being chased by a tiger. "Cabinet mistress, I'm too old, so you should take it easy." Suyu shrank into a corner, while his aged face trembled. The alluring cabinet mistress didn't back down because of her teasing. Instead, she extended her slim finger and lifted Suyu's chin, as if she was a young thug who was bullying an innocent girl. Suyu suddenly felt like vomiting blood. What is going on here? Moreover, why is this cabinet mistress even more coquettish than Xueqi? Hee hee, I like people like you who seem mature on the outside, but are still childish on the inside. The alluring cabinet mistress chuckled. Blue veins popped out on Su Yu's forehead, and he couldn't bear it any longer. Cabinet mistress, if you have something to say, just say it. The alluring cabinet master retracted her finger and smiled. Her snow-white breasts bounced up and down, drawing a soul-stirring arc in the air. Hee, lad, do you want to fight with me? The alluring cabinet mistress seemed like a little fox that had just won a fight. She laughed mischievously and said, I came to you because I want to discuss a business deal with you. Su Yu was surprised by this. A business deal? You are a cabinet mistress. So what business deal do you want? The alluring cabinet mistress replied angrily, Aren't cabinet mistresses human? Don't you need merit points? The 10,000 merit points that are distributed by the inner sanctum every month aren't enough. As she spoke, Su Yu understood what she meant. He rolled his eyes and asked, Are you saying that you want to make elixirs with me? The alluring cabinet mistress smiled in approval. You are smart. That's exactly what I meant. However, Su Yu just spread out his hands and said, I can make elixirs myself, so why should I share my benefits with you? Hee, I'm the Raging Flame Cabinet's mistress, and I can provide my Raging Flame cultivation room to you to make elixirs for free, which will save you a large sum of money. The alluring cabinet mistress was quite confident. Su Yu's heart shuddered. Saving 200 merit points a day was really a great deal for him. Then, how many do you want? Su Yu asked. The alluring cabinet mistress extended two of her fingers like a cunning fox and said with a smile, Not much. Just 200 merit points every time. Su Yu rolled his eyes when he heard her. What's the difference between that and me spending 200 merit points to make elixirs myself? If he gave all of his remaining merit points to this woman, it would mean that he wouldn't get any benefits. The alluring cabinet mistress smiled sweetly. I won't let you suffer any losses. You just need to pay me 200 merit points a day, and you won't need to worry about selling them. I will help you sell them, and I will sell them for 60 merit points at the lowest price. Moreover, you won't need to purchase the raw materials yourself, as I will prepare them for you in advance. In other words, Su Yu would just need to come here empty-handed to make elixirs. After he finished making them, he would just hand them over to her and wait for her to sell them. This way, Su Yu could save a large amount of time. Su Yu's eyes lit up. This way, he would be able to save a large portion of his costs. After making 20 elixirs a day, which would cost him 60 merit points each, he would be able to sell them for 1,200 merit points. Then, after deducting the 100 merit points needed to enter the Raging Flame Cabinet, 300 merit points for the raw materials, and 200 merit points for the alluring cabinet mistress, he would still be left with 600 merit points. In a month, he would be able to earn at least 18,000 merit points, which was more than double his previous profits. So, how could Su Yu refuse such a good deal? I didn't expect that a cabinet mistress would have connections with the disciples' black market, Su Yu said meaningfully. The alluring cabinet mistress revealed a faint smile. How could I be the only hall master who joined the black market? Will you do it or not? I'll do it, Su Yu replied firmly. However, after he said this, he felt that it wasn't appropriate, as he didn't use the word do it properly. The alluring cabinet mistress also detected that something was amiss, and an unnatural look appeared on her face. Cabinet mistress, I still don't know how to address you, Su Yu said. Chapter 795. Su Yu felt his forehead soften, and he blushed with shame in his heart. He couldn't bear such a flirtatious vixen, so he said hurriedly, Su Yu Xian, I will come to look for you tomorrow. Prepare the pure round vital pills ingredients. After saying that, he pushed open the stone door and ran away. The cabinet master couldn't help but chuckle at Su Yu's embarrassing actions. She looked at Su Yu's departing back and revealed a playful look. He's really an interesting lad. If there's a need, we can pull him into our organization. Dashing out of the Raging Flame Cabinet, Suyu felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Looking at the sky, a faint crescent moon was slowly rising. Not good, the monster and demon alliance is about to begin. An hour later, on the demon mountain, a figure sat cross-legged in each of the 4 residences. The surroundings were silent, and the 4 of them looked exceptionally serious. When Suyu returned, he was startled by the solemn atmosphere. As he looked at Xian, who had already landed on the roof, Suyu tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and landed on the roof as well. Thud! At this moment, the lights around the mountain walls suddenly lit up, illuminating the dark belly of the mountain. The 4 figures suddenly opened their eyes at this moment and looked towards the top of the middle mansion like lightning. You want the 4 of us to wait for you? How arrogant of you! The first to speak was Bing Wuxin. He was dressed in a long, snow-white robe with golden dragons embroidered on it. The dragon robe with distinct lines matched with her cold and emotionless face and fluttering black hair made her look particularly valiant and formidable. At this moment, her eyes were spitting fire as she glared at Suyu fiercely. Suyu averted his gaze, feeling guilty. Xian was also curious about Suyu's whereabouts. Why did you only come back now? Is something holding you up? Suyu shrugged his shoulders. I have some matters to attend to in the Raging Flame cabinet. Before he could finish, Bing Wuxin's eyes turned cold. His soul was stolen by that vixen. What's the big deal? Suyu was slightly displeased. Why was this woman speaking so harshly? You're not convinced? Humph. Look in the mirror and look at your forehead. Bing Wuxin said disdainfully. Forehead? Suyu touched his forehead subconsciously, and his palm was smeared with red. Lip mark? Suyu curled his lips. That vixen. Now that the yellow mud had fallen on his crotch, even if it wasn't sh*T, it was sh*T. Speechless, right? Pervert. Bing Wuxin said hatefully. The more she thought about what had happened last night, the angrier she felt. She had been severely injured by this newcomer, and now she couldn't even move around freely. Moreover, she had even seen every part of her body. Just as Suyu was feeling helpless, a melodious voice, like that of an oriole, entered his ears. Sister Wuxin, forget it. Big brother, Su didn't do it on purpose. Suyu's ears twitched, and he was surprised. Huh, why does it sound so familiar? She couldn't help but raise her head to look. She saw an adorable 10-year-old girl dressed in a purple-black gown consoling Bing Wuxin from afar. Su, you could not help but cry out involuntarily. Aren't you the young lady who brought me back to the central manor last night? Are you also one of the 4 fiendish demons? She was on the roof of the cavern, and when she heard him, she flashed a cute and sweet smile at Suyu. Hee, I'm sorry, Brother Su. I didn't get the chance to tell you yesterday. My name is Gongsun Wuxia. That's it. Suyu was stunned at first. Then his expression changed slightly. Wait, you are Gongsun Wuxia. You were the one who gave up the abode to us, and you and Bing Wuxin rested in the middle residence. If that's the case, why did you bring me to the middle residence last night without telling me that Bing Wuxin was there? Upon hearing this, Bing Wuxin, who had already felt that there was something fishy about it, changed her expression. She looked at Gongsun Wuxia, clenched her teeth, and said, Gong, Sun, Wu, Xia, it was you. Without a doubt, this was Gongsun Wuxia's prank. I'll kill you with my sword. Bing Wuxin was infuriated. Gongsun Wuxia was called the Eastern Evil because she didn't act according to common sense and was extremely evil. She had never expected that she would be pranked last night. Ah, Sister Wuxin, it's not good. I was wrong. I just wanted to make a joke. Who knew that Brother Su would be so heavy-handed? Gongsun Wuxia clasped her hands together, her expression pitiful. However, Suyu's sharp senses noticed that her eyes were rolling around, and it was unknown what she was planning. She seemed kind, obedient, and adorable, but in Suyu's mind, her image had changed completely. How was she an obedient girl? She was obviously a black-bellied lowly. He had almost been killed by this black-bellied lowly last night. I won't spare you. Bing Wuxin was so infuriated that she unsheathed her sword and waved it. Gong Sun Wuxia was so frightened that she cried out loudly. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and flew to the roof of the West residence. She hid behind a scholar and said, "Sister Wuxin, I was wrong. Brother Chunliang, please save me." The West residence's master was called Western Poison, and he was the leader of the 4 demons. It was rumored that he was in existence, even more terrifying than Bing Wuxin. Su Yu couldn't help but examine him carefully. He found that he was a youth with a fair, pale face. His whole face was as white as a piece of paper, and it was devoid of any color. His glabella was even faintly green, and his eyes were dull and listless. He looked like he was itching for something. He was truly a weak scholar. Cough, cough. Western Poison covered his mouth with the silk handkerchief in his right hand and coughed softly. He raised his eyes to look at Bing Wuxin and forced himself to smile. Wuxin Wuxia is still a child. Don't hold a grudge against me. Let's just leave it at that. Bing Wuxin furrowed her brows and was about to fly into a rage. All of a sudden, Western Poison coughed heavily, as if he wanted to cough his heart out. Even the silk handkerchief couldn't stop him. Wah! A large mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth, like a pillar of blood, which fluttered in the air. Su Yu was startled by this, and he wondered, what kind of illness is this serious? I'm fine. Western Poison wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. It's just that there's too much blood, so I just spat it out a bit. I'll get used to it. Wah! As he spoke, another pillar of blood gushed out of his mouth. Su Yu's forehead was filled with black lines. What kind of person is he? Gong Sun Wuxia looked at the South residence weakly and said, Brother Renyao, why don't you tell me? Sister Wuxin wanted to beat me. Hey, Brother Renyao, why are you staring at Brother Su? When Su Yu heard her, he looked at the South residence. A tall man who wore a snow-white robe was standing there calmly. He had a head of long blue hair, which fluttered in the wind. His face was so handsome that it seemed like it had been carved out of a mold, and Su Yu was shocked by it. He had seen many handsome people, and even Su Yu himself was quite handsome. However, when he looked at the man in front of him, Su Yu felt ashamed of his inferiority. His fair skin emitted a gentle luster, while his cheeks had gentle lines and handsome features. Beneath his long eyebrows was a pair of melancholy and exquisite blue eyes. They were like water, and they were filled with affection. At first glance, he seemed like a beautiful woman. In fact, he was so beautiful that even a peerless woman would be jealous of him. In terms of beauty, he was comparable to Bing Wuxin, and he was only slightly inferior to Xia Jingyu. He had never seen such a devilishly handsome man. It was the first time in his life that he had ever seen such a person. Junior brother Su, how are you? The southern demon revealed a faint smile. His smile was like a spring breeze, which blew into one's heart. It was warm and comfortable, and his gentle tone was filled with charm. For a moment, Su Yu's heart shuddered, and he couldn't help but quickly calm down. His heart was drenched with cold sweat. This man was too beautiful, and he was so beautiful that even men's hearts would be moved. Perhaps some men would even try to take advantage of him. Su Yu calmed himself down and cupped his hands at him with a clear expression. I'm Su Yuxian. Greetings, senior brother. May I ask how I should address you? The handsome man revealed an elegant smile, which was deadly to both men and women. He then said gently, Tian Renyao, you can call me Renyao like Wuxia does. Su Yu nodded. Senior brother Renyao. For some unknown reason, Su Yu felt that the name Renyao was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. As he surveyed the surroundings, Su Yu felt that the only person who could be considered normal was Tian Renyao. The eastern heretic, Gong Sun Wuxia, seemed innocent and pure, but she was actually an evil, black-bellied lowly. The northern ice Wuxin, just like her name, was cold, heartless, and unreasonable. The Western Poison, by Shanliang, had a habit of spitting out endless blood. Only Tian Renyao seemed normal. However, Su Yu's sharp senses detected that Gong Sun Wuxia, Bing Wuxin, and Bai Shanliang were looking at him with strange gazes. Gong Sun Wuxia was gloating, while Bai Shanliang was pitying him. As for Bing Wuxin, she was pitying him. Su Yu's heart thumped. Is there something wrong? At this moment, Tian Renyao spoke, once again. It was at this moment that Su Yu noticed that Tian Renyao's gaze had never left him. His gaze was fixed on him, and Su Yu finally realized that something was amiss. Junior brother Su, we meet again. I didn't expect that we would become neighbors. It's really fate. Ever since I saw you for the first time, I knew that we were destined to be together. Tian Renyao stared at Su Yu, his handsome face flushed. Su Yu was startled. Flushed? What's going on? Senior brother Tian, what are you talking about? Su Yu had a bad premonition. Tian Renyao chuckled. His expression was extremely gentle as he stamped his feet and said coquettishly, Brother Su, have you forgotten about me so quickly? Yesterday, in the open fighting room, you fell in love with me at first sight. Have you forgotten about me so quickly? Rumble. It was as if thousands of thunderbolts had struck him, and Su Yu was brought back to the dark moments of yesterday. A thick-legged transvestite had madly expressed his love for him, and he had no choice but to flee. Su Yu suddenly recalled that the transvestite had called himself Renyao. Renyao, the southern demon. Su Yu was struck by Tian Renyao's words. Tian Renyao was the transvestite from yesterday. As for the southern demon, he was the male demon. Brother Su, do you remember me? Tonight, the moon is bright and full, and the lanterns have just been lit. We mustn't waste such a beautiful night. Come, Brother Su, let's spend the night together. As Tian Renyao spoke, he twisted his waist and walked toward Su Yu shyly. Su Yu's whole body shuddered, and his hair stood on end. Gong Sun Wuxia clapped her hands and laughed heartily, while Bing Wuxin couldn't help but vent her anger. Only the Western Poisons by Shanliang, who was also a man, coughed heavily and said earnestly, Renyao, it's more important for us to hold the meeting first. Let's talk about our personal affairs later. Chapter 796. Bai Shanliang's pale face suddenly turned as white as snow, and he coughed rapidly. Cough, 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 cough. After a long while, Bai Shanliang wiped the blood from his lips. Cough, 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 cough. The first matter is to welcome our new demon, Su Yuxian. Everyone, please give him a round of applause. Clap. Gong Sun Wuxia clapped happily, while a crafty look flashed in her eyes. Bai Shanliang and Tian Renyao also wore smiles on their faces. Even Bing Wuxin also clapped to welcome him. Only Su Yu's face darkened. Who's a demon? You're the demons. Your whole families are demons. Gong Sun Wuxia smiled and said, Don't be like that. You should have the glory of being the fifth great demon. Look, when we demons go out, from the disciples to the pavilion masters and palace masters, who doesn't raise their heads and look forward to seeing us? We're very popular in the outer sanctum. Su Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Doesn't this lass know how to speak? Which of the sanctum's disciples didn't run away when they saw the four demons? They almost cried and cried for their parents. Wherever they went, there was only desolation and desolation. They were even worse than the bane of existence. Bai Shanliang coughed lightly and said, Junior brother Su, I think the world might have misunderstood us. In fact, we, the people of Demon Mountain, are benevolent. We benefit the disciples of our sect, and we take it as our duty to care for the world. We treat our disciples with kindness, care, and care for them in every possible way. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Bai Shanliang finally finished speaking. So, Junior brother Su, you should change your point of view. Our Demon Mountain is actually very loving. Su Yu rolled his eyes when he heard this. The demons of the Demon Mountain were all abnormal in the eyes of the disciples. Now he was forcefully pulled into the group and became the fifth demon. Su Yu had no one to express his bitterness to. The second matter is about the uproar in the outer sanctum. Junior brother Su, you slept with Junior's sister Bing. This matter needs to be discussed. What? Su Yu's eyes widened. Who started this rumor? Su Yu and the infuriated Bing Wuxin asked at the same time. Bai Shanliang shrugged. I don't know, but the news has spread throughout the outer sanctum and even the inner sanctum. It's said that the new junior brother Su has raped Bing Wuxin, and the two of them have tied the knot. Yes, this is also the reason why junior brother has become the fifth great demon. The outside world has already given you the title of Supreme Central Demon, which means that there's no one who can have sex with you. Even Bing Wuxin, the strongest expert in the outer sanctum, has gotten together with you. There's no one in the outer sanctum that you don't dare to have sex with. That's why you're given the title Supreme. From now on, the 5 demons have gathered. The East Heretic, the West Poison, the North Ice, and the South Demon are supreme. Su Yu pulled a long face. Unparalleled, unparalleled. No one dared not to go up. Who made up this rumor? Bing Wuxin was so angry that her whole body was trembling. How dare they slander her by accusing her of losing her chastity? Who is it? Su Yu and she were both roaring in their hearts. The harmless-looking Gongsun Wuxie's eyes were filled with an evil smile. It was obvious that it was this black-bellied lowly who was stirring up trouble. Tian Renyao was the only one who was sobbing pitifully as he stared at Bing Wuxin. Wuxin, I treated you as my sister in vain. How could you steal my love? I don't want to live anymore. Bing Wuxin was driven mad. Shut up. After she spoke, she pulled out her sword and pointed it at Su Yu. It's all your fault. I will kill you. Su Yu was also infuriated. Fine, let me see how much of your injuries have recovered. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, Bai Shanliang coughed and said, Since it has already come to this, it's useless to kill each other. What's important is how to solve the problem in front of us. I have a suggestion. Why don't we announce to the public that Wuxin and Su Yu are in love with each other and that they are willing to have sex? Su Yu and Bing Wuxin replied at the same time, That's out of the question. Moreover, Su Yu is already married, so how could such a thing be possible? Even if that wasn't the case, he still couldn't have a relationship with a murderous female demon. Since both of them were resolute, Bai Shanliang could only say, Fine, Supreme, prepare yourself. You will soon become the target of the Inner Sanctum's disciples, as Wuxin has already been chosen as the fiancé of several demonic geniuses in the Inner Sanctum. If they find out that you have raped Wuxin, they will surely hunt you down and kill you. Don't underestimate their power and background. If they really attack you, you won't be able to escape from their hands, even if you are a genius that the Outer Sanctum has focused on nurturing. He then added, As for Wuxin, you should also prepare to be summoned back to your family. I remember that your family has strict requirements for your marriage. If they find out about this, you won't be able to stay in the Outer Sanctum, and they will forcefully bring you back to the family. While Su Yu was still calm, Bing Wuxin's expression changed slightly, and she became silent for a moment. If you become his fiancé in name, those demonic geniuses won't trouble junior brother Su, and Wuxin's family will come to examine Su Yu. If he is qualified, they won't take you away by force. He then added, After all, the glittering jewel wonderland will soon descend, and Wuxin doesn't want her efforts to be in vain at such a time, Bai Shanliang said. Bing Wuxin bit her lips, then raised her head and glared at Su Yu fiercely. You must take responsibility for me. Puff. Su Yu almost vomited blood. How had he wronged Bing Wuxin that he needed to take responsibility for her? Fortunately, Bing Wuxin noticed the ambiguity in her words, so she quickly corrected herself. My reputation has been tarnished because of you. I don't care, but before the glittering jewel wonderland ends, you must ensure that I won't be brought back by my family. Su Yu fell into deep thought. The Red Blood Palace's influence was complicated, and it didn't lack ruthless people with great power and powerful backgrounds. Su Yu could avoid the 5 all-creations outside the faction, but how could he avoid the hidden arrows inside the faction? After pondering for a long while, Su Yu raised his head and said with a stern look, "Fine, I agree, but it must stop until the glittering jewel Wonderland." Only then did Bing Wuxin's expression soften. Bai Shanliang revealed a faint smile. The northern demon Bing Wuxin and the central demon Su Yuxian have become lovers. Let us welcome them with a round of applause. Gongsun Wuxia was eager to see the world plunged into chaos, so she jumped and clapped her hands. Su Yu glared at Bai Shanliang angrily. "What's wrong, senior brother Shanliang? Isn't it better than blood?" He had spoken at length, but he didn't seem to feel any discomfort. Instead, he was full of energy and didn't seem weak at all. Bai Shanliang was taken aback, and his face suddenly turned pale. He then spouted a mouthful of blood. Bai Shanliang wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and coughed weakly. "Cough! Cough! I forgot to spit blood." Black lines appeared on Su Yu's forehead as he thought about his poor acting skills. However, he was left speechless by the fact that Zi Xian took note of the scene and seemed to be pondering it seriously. The third matter is the trip to the elegant Spirit Mountain. Bai Shanliang looked at Su Yu with a smile. Unity, love, and helping each other are our Demon Mountain's glorious traditions, which have been passed down for many years. We have upheld this tradition without any regrets. Now, junior brother Su is going to the elegant Spirit Mountain alone, and he's in great danger. So, can we just abandon him? I'm willing to stretch out my hands and selflessly follow junior brother Su to help him reclaim the wasteland. Gongsun Wuxia raised her hands and wore a solemn look. Me too. I'm a demon, and I'm willing to selflessly contribute and follow junior brother Su. Tian Renyao pouted. I'll go wherever brother Yuxian goes. I also want to help brother Yuxian. Bing Wuxin looked at Su Yu and bit her rosy lips. Her face became slightly flushed as she said, I'll also go. Su Yu was dumbfounded by this scene. What else could he say when they were so shameless and shameless? At this moment, Su Yu felt like he had fallen into a pit of fire. How are they demons? They're obviously for abnormally shameless and abnormal creatures. 10,000 merit points for a quota. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. Su, you wouldn't let this group of people take advantage of him. Bai Shanliang was startled, and he seemed like he had just been insulted. Junior brother Su, how can you do this? We helped you out of goodwill. Yet you want to take our merit points? You're too shameless. Su Yu asked calmly, So, will you buy the quota or not? I won't. Bai Shanliang wore a resolute look as he crossed his arms in front of his chest and raised his head slightly. It seemed like he had just suffered a great humiliation. Su Yu stroked his chin and said, Oh, is that so? I wanted to give a discount of 10% to the first person who buys it. But, hey, junior brother Su, what are you talking about? Do you think I can take advantage of you? Bai Shanliang's expression changed, and he immediately flew over. He held the badge and spoke with a fawning smile. I'll buy it, of course I'll buy it. It's just 9,000 merit points, and it's a small matter. I can afford it. Come, hurry up. His change was so great that it seemed like he had just flipped the page of a book. Shameless. Gongsun Wuxia, Bing Wuxin, and Tian Renyao all wore long faces. Su, you wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. It's really a waste that this guy doesn't act in TV dramas. Su Yu touched his card with Bai Shanliang's, then imbued them with spiritual energy at the same time. Then, under his control, 10,000 merit points were transferred into Su Yu's badge. What about you? Su Yu looked at the remaining 3 people. Gongsun Wuxia walked over angrily and transferred 10,000 merit points to Su Yu. As for Tian Renyao, Su Yu didn't dare to let him get close to him, so he let Bai Shanliang do it for him. Now, there was still one more quota to enter the elegant Spirit Mountain. Zi Xian, why don't you go with us? Suyu asked. Zi Xian tilted her head and asked, Why should I go? Suyu lowered his voice and asked, What if Suyu is outside? Zi Xian's eyes flickered as she replied, Fine, I will go. Suyu felt at ease, and he chuckled inwardly. For demons, an inner sanctum's divine master-disciple, and an all-creation old monster. Even if Xiao Yueming's trap was a fatal blow, it would still be as easy as paper. Ha! The Demon Mountain's 18 Great Representatives Joint Conference has come to an end. Bai Shanliang laughed heartily. It seemed like he was quite happy that he had gotten the quota to enter the elegant Spirit Mountain. The other 3 demons also heaved sighs of relief. It seemed like they had been eyeing the elegant Spirit Mountain trip for a long time. Let's go. Since the 5 of us have gathered, we won't go back until we're drunk. Let's meet at the Heavenly Peak Tower. Bai Shanliang was in high spirits. Suyu rolled his eyes at him and said calmly, Since senior brother Chanliang is the demon's leader, then you should treat us this time. Wah! Bai Shanliang's face suddenly turned pale, and he spouted a large mouthful of blood. His body went limp, and he quickly shouted, Ah! Senior brother, I can't hold on any longer. Splash! Bai Chanliang lay in a pool of his own blood. The 4 demons looked straight ahead as they stepped over Chuyang's body one by one.